Sorry says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have got... I've been very, very excited for this because we have the return of the band Obliviscares.
We do.
They made a song called Grail, so that's coming in about 2 seconds.
Well, I guess
Love to see you, beautiful
use
people.
my phone. Seems the internet is not connecting to my computer. Whatever. But I see it has no issue connecting to yours.
Well.
Racist. All right. I'm going to bring up the... I'm pretty sure it is the Imperishable Flames that is on. I know middle is our contact. Actually, I'm probably going to have to bring up the Gmail. Here we go.
This is the Imperishable Flame stream.
Right. So, song number 1 is for the... Yes, this is part 2 of the Imperishable Flame stream. Returning. Song number 1 is by DJ Kevin, who picked Obliviscares, and the name of the song is Grail. Kevin...
Do you have any...
says... Is that what you're about to ask?
Yeah.
Kevin says, Obliviscares hail from Melbourne, Australia, and define themselves... Oh, they hail from Melbourne, Australia, and define themselves as progressive, extreme melodic metal. They formed in 2003, and the song Grail is taken from their 4th full-length album, Exule, released in 2023. And he has the lyrics here for us and everything. And also, Obliviscares, that was the very first band review we ever did.
No, it's not.
It wasn't?
You mean like it was your first rock show? Is that what you meant to say?
No, I thought he was the first interview. I thought Zen was our first interview.
Oh, interview. I thought you said review.
Well, if I said review, I meant interview.
No, yeah, Zen was the first interview we did.
Yep.
Yeah. I was blown away because he had mentioned us on Twitter, and I was like, "Yo, we should do an interview." He's like, "All right, mate." So there you go, and that's what sprung.
And it was history. All right.
One of the greatest friendships in YouTube history, dear listener. MOJO fell asleep and left last night's stream. Lame. No more lights. Lame. This is the lame stream.
The lights crashed, and then I went to Best Buy to get...
She broke them.
They were crooked, and I went to straighten them, and they turned off. Okay.
Yeah.
Whether something's supposed to be that finicky or not, I don't know. But anyway, we had a protection plan on it, so I brought it back, and I got it... Well, I was going to get it exchanged. They had none on the shelf, though, so we're kind of stuck in the dark. Literally, everything's been falling apart. The mirror fell down over there. The washing machine broke. Actually, the dryer broke. The guy came to fix it. Then the washing machine broke, so I had to call him back. And the washer is broke again.
Yeah.
That guy's making a lot of money off us.
Oh, we're going to pay him again?
No, he said it's probably a sock back in the filter. So we'd have to pay again. I mean... It's not his problem that we have a sock stuck in the filter.
Call somebody else. I don't want to use that guy. It's very convenient. He fixes our dryer literally the next day that the washer breaks, and then get somebody else.
Yeah, it seems weird. Although we've been using that guy for years, but yeah, I hear you. Yeah.
All right. So we got that.
I actually was gonna do a YouTube video to see if I could get the sock out the filter because I feel like
it
I
shouldn't
can.
cost $100 every single time.
Well, it's because he has to come over, so you're paying for a house call. That's how that goes. Anyway, this is a reaction channel. Sorry guys, I'm a little off my game because I don't have my shit in front of me. For some reason, that's not connected to the internet. So we're gonna do it from the phone. I sent you a message with the song.
Stream symbol.
The song. Well, it's the same symbol as yesterday, so it'll be right there in your downloads probably. Your downloads or the recents because you're on my computer. Because I think it was a screenshot that I took.
Did he leave it on the Trello board?
It's gonna be right in that email too. If you go into my secret email. Right there, yeah.
All right, guys. I'm just gonna get this one stream symbol on, and then we're gonna.
Well, I can send it to you.
Talk to the people. Don't worry about it.
I know I don't have any. I'll pull up the internet. I'll pull up the stream on my phone so I can see you guys. Well, it's an Ask Me Anything.
The fucking stream key. I don't see it in the email.
It's not at the top. Well, just yesterday's email will have it too if he doesn't have it on that one. But it should have been right there at the beginning. Right there. This is the stream symbol. It's right there.
Okay.
Alrighty then.
Right there.
Ah.
Did somebody make this thing?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Revo, where did you guys find that?
It surprised me if Middle came up with that. Knowing how he is. Knowing how his mind works.
Okay, let's see. By the way, hello guys, says Davey. Love how everyone says something about the lights and not even greeting our two national treasures.
I know. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Support your local you know, reactor, whatever you call it.
Vin and Sori says, Dwayne, I refuse to participate until my favorite background lights be returned to the proper background area. Yeah, I agree. And it's such, and the thing is too, like, there's a lot of the stuff that we used to have for decorating is just not here anymore.
Well, we've got a major announcement we're going to be making to you guys at some point soon here, so it's only fitting at some point. Okay, guys, here we go. Song number 1, the Obliviscares. Grail. Do we have anything else to say? We got the imperishable streams. We got the stream symbol. We are good to go.
And we already read it.
Song number 1. Let's do it. I'm very, very excited.
Let's go.
Let's go. think that's the song. Okay, that was song 1 from the Obliviscares.
Okay.
Grail.
Grail. So it's Grail, not Grail.
Nope, Grail. Graal.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the transitions were insanely beautiful. Insanely beautiful. I don't know what Grail is a reference to.
Yeah.
Graph aligner, an algorithm aligning two different graphs. A Java virtual machine extension aiming to support more languages and execution models. So that's what Grail is, an algorithm for aligning two different graphs. Which kind of gives some context to what they were saying. I had an idea of what they were going for, but, you know, and now especially that I saw that definition of Grail, it definitely makes sense.
Okay, can you just kind of put that together?
Well, it seems to me that it looks like what he's saying is because of the state of the internet right now, and algorithms. It was like about 2 years ago where what's his name? Zuckerberg ended up testifying at the court in the Senate, and it was basically like he admitted or basically it came out that they get a lot more revenue, obviously, from an algorithm that encourages conflict.
Oh, jeez.
Because obviously, if you're in conflict, you're going to stay on the page longer because you're fighting. Everybody wants to get the last word, blah, 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 blah.
Okay.
And so this came out about 2 years ago where it's like, and you just started interfacing on Twitter. If you know, all the social story does are like closed off. So like Patreon, her email, like she doesn't like talking to the whole world. But anyway, she's like visiting the Twitter world, and like it's just so funny watching somebody that wasn't familiar with Twitter and how everybody operates watching, because it's shocking.
It's a really shocking platform.
But I'm not shocked at all, and that basically, you know, the heart that beats is out of reach. Carry the stones of lapidation, the burden outcast, walk the barren bass, dragging the barren paths, wandering the ever gloaming, the introspection life. So it just looks to me like, and he says it right there, blood of God, of self, purge all poison. There is only dust. Humanity is gone. Yeah. So it's one of those situations where, like, you know, people are celebrating the deaths of other human beings, like openly celebrating it.
Yeah.
Wishing death on their political enemy. Like it's you know, it's crazy, and it's, you know, I'm not sure how to, like, for example, there's a guy in the subway, a homeless guy in the subway.
Yeah. Okay.
And black dude, he was a Michael Jackson impersonator. I guess he was going off on the subway about how he can't afford anything to eat. He's poor, things like that. I haven't even seen the video. I'm actually trying to stay away from it. Long story short, this dude, ex-Marine, gets this guy in a rear naked choke and continues until he dies. So this guy is another guy killed on camera. Of course, Matt Walsh immediately says, "Here's the new hero of the left."
Wait, why? I don't understand why did he?
He was acting belligerent on the train, which I'm from New York. I mean, that's just a normal everyday occurrence. But this dude decided he was going to jump up and choke the guy to death, and he killed him. And of course, all this shit is on camera. So now, immediately, Matt Walsh starts off with, "Here's the other hero." This guy had 44 charges. Now, of course, if you're a street person in New York City, they'll pick you up for anything. You litter, they'll pick you. You jaywalk, they'll pick you up. Whatever. But the black dude, he's got a criminal record. White guy killed him. So immediately, Matt Walsh and the rest of those guys have got to denigrate this guy and say he's horrible, he's worthless, and that we're calling him a hero. Nobody's calling him a hero. Nobody called George Floyd a hero. It's just we don't want to die, right? So, but because they're on the line, I promise you, because I've experienced it. They won't say that shit to you if you're in the room. It's always online, and so because you're online, you get to completely like strip away all your humanity. So now you hear a person dies, immediately you have to look at it in the context of politics, and you have to say,
so
oh,
crazy.
I can't feel bad for that guy because look at the coding.
Yeah.
He's black. The assailant's white. The guy's unarmed. Blah blah blah. So I can't feel bad for that black dude. I gotta say that the black guy's horrible. I gotta assassinate his character after he's been killed. I gotta say all this evil shit to justify this guy killing this other guy. Yada yada yada. So now that shit gets put on the internet. You go to Twitter, Matt Walsh is saying, here's the other hero. Here's the other hero. It's like, okay, here we go. And so now I'm supposed to look at that and go, man, fuck Matt Walsh and fuck all white people. I hate them all. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. So that's one of the reasons why, like, after George Floyd, I told everybody, like, yo, stop watching them videos. Because those videos are only going to serve to infuriate you, because now you got people saying good, the earth is cleansed, blah 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 blah. Again, shit that they would never say to you, and now you're supposed to go absolutely insane with hatred over these people.
Immediately when you told me that story, I thought of that homeless person's family. Because a lot of these people have families, and sometimes they put their family through so much. Their family's like, yo, just fucking do your thing. But like, then to see that your family member getting choked out on a train. And you go, and to see, like, that's kind of, there a couple things from the comment section. Ian was saying that he thought the song sounded hopeless. I didn't think that I thought it had, like, some real beauty in it, which to me gave the song hope, but I do understand where you're coming from. And then, there was one other comment that had kind of popped up to me, and I've now lost it. Oh, it was Ian. 2021 was when I started using Twitter. It was mind-numbing. Mm-hmm. And, yeah. I mean, there is a part of me that's like, okay, I want to know how much to go in on this stuff and how much to... Like, I mean, I jumped in there today and I saw that one thing and read the comments underneath it. I was horrified and turned out it wasn't even true.
What thing?
That guy with Lady Gaga.
Yeah, this action was carried out on camera. I mean, you see, apparently that's it. I'm not gonna watch it.
Yeah.
But then simultaneous to that, there's this white dude at Target that beat the shit out of these black girls, like literally, like swinging on all types of shit because he thought they were shoplifting. So he took it upon himself to go assault these women. So I'm watching this, and I'm like, we got this Target story, then we got this thing. I'm seeing white people go after and kill or maim. And I'm like, and so it's important because I'm, you try to grow from situations. And during the George Floyd situation, that was an interesting time to be alive. I'll just say it that way, from both sides, because you had the right-wingers that just have to assassinate the man's character, can't look at him as a human being. And then you have left-wingers, kneeling with the dashiki cloth and all the rest. It's like it's just an object of, like, mockery and scorn, like, all the way around. And you have to, like, you got to keep your head, man. Like, you got to keep your head and not let the rage consume you. And this is why I explain. This is why it's offensive to me. Like when other groups try to claim that they're in the same situation that we were in. No, the fuck you're not. Mm-hmm. There's nobody on fucking camera strangling fucking people from your community to death and getting away with it and being called a fucking hero.
Over and over and over, entering your home and shooting you and just.
But like. When he talks about that hardness, like he talks about, like, basically the calcification of people's hearts and things like that. Now we're just carrying stones. And like, that's the thing is like this kind of media will calcify your heart. It'll turn you into a really hard, unfeeling person.
That's what I don't want to happen, and I guess I don't see any other way to, I think the only way to see that stuff is you have to take that stuff to prayer.
Yep.
Otherwise, it's just not going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
You can scroll through and see that much tragedy back to back to back to back. It's, oh my God.
Yeah, and then it's like you got to have a perfect record to be a black person.
It's so ridiculous. And the other thing is,
the guy's got to have a perfect record. You strangled an unarmed person to death, and we got Matt Walsh and all these other people coming out immediately and denigrating this guy, basically saying he deserved to die. Like, this guy was a street person. He made a lot of his money by impersonating Michael Jackson in the streets, and he was just having a rough day, and then he ends up dead. And you know, it's and I always tell people, like, don't look at the videos and don't look at the commentary. Obviously, I've got Matt Walsh who do Middle America. I'm probably not going to cover. I'm not even going to cover that Middle America wise, because yeah, because really, what's going to happen is that people who don't really have anything to do with the situation end up. I cannot imagine how many people, because you're so glued to these conversations on the phone, like, go absolutely insane and take it out on the first person that they. I mean, that's what I used to do. I used to get in a fight with my mom and go outside. There was always people in New York City to mix shit up with, but you know.
What are you saying? Like the person that did the choking him out might have had one of those situations and then just.
No, I'm just saying, like, you got to have self-awareness when you're in this context as people, because you have to understand where your weaknesses are. Like, for example, if there's some giant sex scandal or something like that and Trump got caught red-handed and there was a video, no problem. I would have no problem watching it, because I don't struggle with that thing, but I do struggle with violence. So if I sit there and watch that Twitter video, that dude getting choked to death in his last moments, and then I see all the comments about, oh, you're making him a hero. Nobody made him a fucking hero. We're just simply saying that if you strangle somebody to death, there should be a consequence. You know, there's only one group of people that consistently get killed on camera and there's no indictment. So that might create some bad feelings. But, you know, it's very easy for people to say, well, you know, let's let the facts come out. Mm-hmm. These are the same people, by the way, that were crying over Ashley Babbitt. Mm-hmm. And so, but I made a point to say rest in peace Ashley Babbitt, blah, 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 publicly speaking, because I understand all the glee that black people had at the death of Ashley Babbitt, because the black person killed her. So I understand the glee, because it's like, finally, fuck these people. Now you know how we feel, which is untrue, because in order for the analogy to work, Ashley Babbitt would have to be unarmed and begging for her life and still get killed. But these people were ready to go to a second Revolutionary War over that broad. So I know that if they were getting the treatment we were getting, like, this shit would be over in America tomorrow. But you also have to understand you're 12 to 15% of the population. You have to figure out how you're going to manage that pain in a way that's productive.
Yeah.
But what you see here, though, is he says, like, where silence listens to silence.
Yeah.
It's like people are not listening to each other. You know, they have their party line and that's it. It's like, oh, I'm on the right. White dude kills a black dude. I got to defend the black. I got to defend the white dude. I got to say the black dude's terrible. Like, you're not even, like, people are not even listening to each other. I had a great conversation on MA. We were talking about the Bible and slavery and homosexuality, and dude was really, like, listening. Like, we were listening to each other. It was a beautiful moment of understanding where you don't necessarily, see, that's the thing. Like, you don't necessarily have to agree with people, but I did hear him. And at the end of the video, I said, you know what, man, I misjudged you, dude. My bad. I apologize for that. I shouldn't have misjudged you, because I had a perception of him. But then he and I began to talk, and we began to hear each other, and I saw a real genuineness. People can, here's the news flash, people can genuinely listen to you, give you a fair hearing, and still say, I agree to disagree. That's okay. And we got to accept that. But yeah, I had a great conversation. Shout out to Hoyle. And you know, that's one of the reasons that I'm so big on let's talk about this live, because there's so many things that get lost in translation. I can't read your body language. I can't see where you're coming from. I can't pick up on those nonverbal compassion cues. I can't pick up on any of that. All I'm seeing is raw data. And now I'm imposing what I think you believe onto that data. So being able to talk to each other and see each other's faces is so important. The other thing, too, is, like, it's so easy to insult somebody. And it's not even about being a tough guy or not a tough guy. It's just human nature. It's so much easier to insult words than an actual person.
I think that we've proven over and over that when we can dehumanize somebody, then we can treat them really badly, which That's historically how we've done things. So maybe when we're online and we're just messaging each other instead of face to face, or at least on FaceTime, maybe it's more of that, more of the you're disconnected from them, and so it's easier to just do the insulting thing or say things that are rude and hurtful that you would never say in actual real life, because maybe you've dehumanized the person on the other side of the keyboard because they're just
I agree. No,
letters.
I agree.
Typing.
I agree 100%. And
I've actually been taking, so Vin and I have like this theme for the year, a soft answer turns away wrath, and I've really been trying to apply that. I've actually been doing a pretty good job with it, considering where I came from over this past year. But anyway, the point is, I can't remember.
Well, to Mojo's point, the Marines are not trained to restrain. They and the other branches of the military are trained to kill. They're not law enforcement. It's wrong to expect them to fill that role. Well, yeah, Marines are an expeditionary force, right, Ian? So it's literally, your job is literally to kill. You have other branches of the military, which it's your job to occupy and nation build. But the mission profile of the Marine Corps is essentially about killing, especially depending on what your MOS is. I don't believe that white dude intentionally went to kill that guy. The problem is he killed him. And all I need to see is a video or 2 or 3 of a black dude choking out a defenseless white dude, killing him, and then getting off and being hailed as a national hero by people. So this pattern continues to happen.
Wait, did I misunderstood what Walsh was saying? I thought Walsh was calling the black guy another hero because anytime
because they mistakenly said us fighting for George Floyd's human dignity is equivalent to us making him a hero. This is what they do.
That's just unbelievable.
This is what they do, so they don't have to look at the humanity of the people that they're doing this with.
Yep.
So you just completely strawman what people say, and act like act like we're not. We've said over and over again, no, the guy's not a hero. It's just he doesn't deserve to have his neck sat on by a fucking police officer who has already had multiple issues relative to violence on his record. So. But
you're talking about George Floyd guy.
Yeah.
Or this guy also.
Chauvin had multiple issues of police brutality. He was back on the force, no problem. We're not going to talk about that. See, we're going to talk about fentanyl, but we're not going to talk about this guy's record, his domestic violence record. We're not going to talk about any of that. We're just going to demonize Floyd, because if you're black and you get killed, you have to be perfect.
Unbelievable. And that guy is on the clock.
You got to be Martin Luther King Jr. And they'll still kill you because they killed MLK.
Right.
But the point is, it's like, can you look at the humanity of your opposition? That's, it's kind of like ritualistic with us. Like, we get on a topic, like we're doing a deep dive into a particular YouTuber from a particular, whatever, and I don't agree with 88% of the stuff that she says, but I listen to what she has to say because I genuinely want to hear what the other side says. Now, I'm going to weigh it, and I'm going to filter it through my worldview or whatever, but we got to listen to them.
Yeah.
I don't get to say, well, you're 1% of the population, I'm not going to listen to you. No, I'm going to listen to what you have to say. But that same, it's not there right now. It's not there on any side. It's not there on any side. Left-wingers have, look, if Tucker Carlson died in a horrible car accident, you'd have a bunch of nasty people on Twitter celebrating. There was one state senator, and she supported the unconstitutionality of Roe v. Wade. She died in a car accident like a week after the decision. All of them were yay, dancing on her grave. So this is not like white people on Twitter are horrible. Everybody on Twitter is horrible, in the sense of it's a place where people can ventilate all their sociopathy without any consequence.
Yeah, and that was because I have jumped in there like a couple of times, and I just will look at what like the most recent conversations were, and then like kind of read through that thread to see like how does this platform work? Because again, I don't go on there, but like just like some of the ways that everybody just seems so inflamed on that, like the conversations back and forth, like. There was one with wild somebody, and like, just the way that the person is talking, it's like, yo, can you put some chill? Like, what do you?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's like that all the time on Twitter, but holy shit.
Yeah. Can you want justice for the victim and believe the victim is morally wrong? Well, of course you can. Of course you can. This is where everything gets crazy. If a 6-year-old trespassed on in my house, and I shoot him, well, I get it. Depending on what state I'm in, that's okay. Like Florida, that's okay. You can shoot a 6-year-old if you barge into your house. Okay, that's okay. So, now there's a lot of ways to handle that. You can say, well, that 6-year-old had, he got what was coming to him. Play stupid games, win stupid prize, all the dumb bullshit. Like for example, Ashley Babbitt, in my view, in any objective sense, was morally wrong. You don't beat down a door behind 400 people and then intimidate these people after they've given you multiple commands to stop attacking them. Mm-hmm. Tamir Rice didn't get all that help. Go Google the Tamir Rice video and compare it with the Ashley Babbitt video. Geez. If that white cop would have treated Tamir the way that black cop treated Ashley Babbitt, he'd be alive today. But again, it's the same when you talk about abortion. It's the same thing. Just cold, heartless. Like, yeah, I understand. Baby's arms being torn apart, all that stuff. Yeah, but they'll say, I don't care. I had a guy. There's a dude on. There's another thing on Pornhub where Pornhub is really getting put in the crosshairs because in Utah, they said none of this under 18 shit. So Pornhub decided, okay, you can't watch us in Utah.
Honestly, I think it's because it's so much work for them to have to
and
prove
they
that.
know,
and they've got so much underage shit going on.
Exactly, they know.
Yeah,
they know. But people are cold and heartless, man. One guy, I said, so you're willing to risk?
Insane.
You're willing to be the type of person that would derive masturbatory pleasure from the sexual assault of a minor? Like, that's a possibility when you're patronizing that site. I don't know how much it costs to be in that site, but I mean, it's $1 billion industry, so they're getting money somehow. So you're somehow patronizing that site, and you're deriving sexual pleasure, and now you have the knowledge that the object that you're garnering this pleasure from could be an underage minor. He said, that's a risk I'm willing to take, he said. It's right there on MA, you can check it out right now. It's a risk he's willing to take. People's hearts are hard, man. They're hard. We don't care about anybody anymore. We don't care about women. If you're a woman and you're like, yo, man, like I've been traumatized, like I've been assaulted by a man, so I have a very hard time with a biological male in the bathroom. No pity for her. Mm-hmm. You're a TERF. You hear a trans person talk about they almost jumped off of a fucking bridge because their dysphoria is so fucked up and they had no support. No love for that trans person. No understanding, nothing. Like, you see all the comments. You should have jumped off.
Jeez.
Like, it's people,
Man.
It used to be a running joke, like Vin's always going to mention original sin. If you don't believe in original sin, just fucking go to Twitter.
Yeah.
Go to Twitter. You'll find it. They brag about it. Yeah, we lost an 11-year-old just for ringing the wrong doorbell. Yeah. Yeah,
What?
like
You got shot for ringing the wrong number?
yeah.
Oh.
I mean, we just don't care. We don't care. We're just so selfish. It's so and let something happen with your McDonald's order. It's the end of the fucking world.
Yeah.
But yeah, the song got us here because I think the song is talking about how the algorithm is manipulated so that we continue to be heartless and inhumane. The machine, the marching, the flayed, pain of veils, ossified, desolation cease. So again, it's ossified. It's this constant hardening. It says the heart beats is out of reach. So I just think the song is about how these social media algorithms are creating all these conflicts and slowly calcifying our hearts so that our humanity is non-existent at this point. We're like not human beings anymore because
we're losing our humanity and we're not seeing the humanity in the person we're talking to.
Yeah, you cannot dehumanize another person without dehumanizing yourself, because that person is a reflection of you, because they're a human being just like you are. Mm-hmm. So anytime you dehumanize a trans person, a gay person, a black person, a Republican, you're dehumanizing yourself. You can't get one without the other, because whatever people want to believe. God has interconnected all of us. So what happens to one really does happen to all of us.
Mm-hmm.
And you truly, truly destroy your own humanity. And, you know, there's so many times that I'm about to send something, God, like, don't do that. It happened with Hoyle. He said, don't send that message. I said, fuck this shit. Sent it. And Hoyle was a good dude, man. Like, see, that's the thing. It takes a guy like Hoyle to flatten some of the to turn down the temperature. So he was completely disagreeing with me, all this other stuff. There were things that I believe he was wrong about. The video's up there. But his you know, the Muslims call it the akhlaq. The respect that he showed. It just disarmed me, and it made me go, fuck, man, I completely you know, because I'm always, you know, you're always at war. It's like, man, the guy's not at war. Like, he's genuinely trying to find information. He's genuinely trying to understand. Just like me, when I'm talking to certain, you know, people in certain communities, like, it's offline and shit. I hope they understand. Like, I'm genuinely trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Because I don't want to be like these people, but at the same time, I'm not going to compromise my principles. So it's a tough thing to do, but we just got to be careful about these media narratives, man. It happened with the school shooter, with the trans person when I killed all those kids, and you got a bunch of trans people saying actions have consequences. It's like, and then you got a bunch of people saying, what the fuck does that mean? What do you mean actions have consequences?
And
okay,
holding back the manifesto.
Come to my kid's school, we'll show you. You see what I'm saying?
I know,
it's just all of this, like, crazy. They wouldn't say that. They wouldn't say that if they were in a room full of these mourning people from Tennessee talking about, hey, your kid got killed because actions have consequences. We're not justifying it, but actions have consequences. Okay, all right. So look, I think that's what the song's about. The algorithm is making us lose our fucking minds.
Very few people are actually Fred Phelps. He would say that shit to your face.
Right, Fred Phelps
at your funeral.
At your funeral. Yeah, he would.
But a lot of people are like online. They're like that, but in real life,
that's such a good point. There's people are so fucking hypocritical. So Fred Phelps was bad because he said what he actually felt in the public sphere, whereas you will use an AKA on Twitter and shitpost say all the types of crazy shit. All types of transphobic, racist, homophobic shit. He was crazy.
I'm not taking away from that, but at least the man had some honor in the square that he was going to say publicly what he thought internally.
No, I believe actions have consequences, but it's a terrible thing to say after a mass shooting, because it then implies that if the people of Tennessee would have voted to allow gender affirming care for minors, then this person wouldn't have killed them. So strategically what you're saying is, if you guys don't allow this to happen, if you guys don't normalize this practice, then you can expect more people to get shot up in your schools.
Yeah, and what's crazy is...
Which is, again, I'm sorry, only a group of privileged people can say things like that in those cultural moments.
Yeah.
If a black guy went up and killed all those people, I promise you, the NAACP is not coming out and saying, hey, actions have consequences. They're not going to do that.
Yeah, but this group of people, the thing that I noticed is there's a lot of fear-mongering. Everybody wants to point out the churches and say, hey, you guys talk about hell and you're trying to scare people into whatever. But this group of people is doing the exact same thing.
Good point.
Because on the one hand, they're saying, if you don't let the kids transition, then they're going to kill themselves, and we don't want a bunch of dead kids on our hands. Ooh, that's true, we don't. But then they're shooting up the schools, and they're saying... Actions have consequences. So now you're saying that if we don't allow the gender transformation and all the different things that you're saying, you're going to kill our kids. But from the beginning, you were saying we should have allowed this so that way the kids can live. So really, you're just using the kids as pawns. This looks like a divorced couple putting the kid in the middle. That's all these kids are to you. But this is worse than a divorced couple because you're not just bouncing this kid around. You're literally killing kids and then telling us actions have consequences. I'm sorry, but your community needs to have a real strong look at themselves and see what the fuck is going on. Because this is insane.
Yeah. And on the other hand, you have, anytime one of these mass shooting happens and our left-wing friends who are rightly moved by it get on Twitter and express emotions, you got people on the right mocking them. Like Ben Shapiro. I forgot who it was. It was some, late night talk show host or whatever.
People
and it was right after the Vegas thing where we lost 50 people of our own country and the dude couldn't get through the monologue because he was rightly affected. Ben Shapiro comes on and mocks him.
I forgot about that.
Like, what the fuck? Like, what? They were Americans that
Finally
died.
seeing some compassion and
what?
you mock it?
Like, that. Listen, that is the Ben Shapiro, look, man, the guy has never faced combat in his entire life. My introduction to Ben Shapiro was when that trans girl put the hands on him and
grabbed
said,
his neck.
"You better shut the fuck up." And he didn't want any smoke whatsoever. So it's hilarious to me that Ben Shapiro is sitting there laughing at this guy like he's some tough guy. Then there was another special forces dude. He was crying his eyes out too. Because he knows what a scene like that looks like.
Jeez.
Ben doesn't know what a scene like that looks like, but that guy did. And he still has his humanity. So he got on CNN, he cried like a baby. But that guy was stacking bodies like you wouldn't believe. He's a bad motherfucker. But he was doing that shit because he loved this country. And that's the thing, is like, I love this country, dude, like you wouldn't believe. But man, we're hard, man. We're really a really hard set of people. We don't care. We really don't. We got our tribe, and whatever our tribe is, we're gonna roll with them. And fuck everybody else, and fuck the facts, and fuck everything. I've got my tribe, and we'll all collectively lose our humanity together as we continually dehumanize each other.
And it just seems like that there's like a lot of lines where people are creating more categories to divide us in. So you have the race category, and so people are kind of like separated by race, but then you have the gender category, and there's separations there, and then there's new categories coming up, and then there's religions, and then there's, where what state you grew up in, like literally everything. Like, we try to make everything like a territorial issue instead of being like, okay, all of these are actually just differences between us. They don't need to separate us. It just helps us to, like, we can see the differences in each other. We can celebrate those differences, but we don't have to, like, it's just, I don't know. Stuff's getting just wild. It's just wild out there.
Well, back in the day, people used to say, look, man, you got your thing, I got my thing. Don't push your thing in my face. I won't push my thing in your face, and we'll get along fine. That was the ethic. Now it's not like that. It's I got a tribe, you got a tribe, and unless you're in my tribe, and unless you pronounce this word this way, I'm cutting your throat, man. Mm-hmm. It's like in Judges, a shibboleth. You said shibboleth wrong. They knew you were on the other side of the river. They'll cut your throat. That's where we are. And the crazy thing is, everybody just sitting down feeling like they're right. Dear listener, if you are a consistent poster in social media, you have been wrong about some major event that you need to retract. But we're not going to do that, because we've got ego and all the rest of it. And the point of social media is not to commune and get to the truth collectively. The point of social media is to do our part so that our tribe gets supremacy over the country. So, but it's making Zuckerberg and now Elon and all these other people billions of dollars because it keeps people there. And so you have to engage social media. You have to come to social media with an agenda, because the creators of social media and the creators of the algorithm, I promise you, they have an agenda. So you have to have the self-knowledge and the enemy knowledge, because your real enemy are the people that are putting you together and fighting you. The scripture says that one of the 7 things God hates is those who sow discord among their brothers. Yep. And I promise you, when the day of judgment happens, there's going to be a serious reckoning for these social media people. It has nothing to do with you didn't give enough money or whatever. It's you actively sow discord among brothers.
Yeah.
It's not right. And we're really, really, really destroying ourselves. We really are. So, there you go. Much love to human beings, and much love to America. We're going down with the ship. I've just invested too much into this country. You see what I'm saying? Like, I put too much into this country to just. Ugh. God bless America. All right, what do you give the song?
9.1. What do you give it?
What did you give it?
9.1.
Yeah, I'll give it a solid 9. It was a deep song. It was definitely, and by the way, shout out to Zen. taking some time off. They're touring. They haven't toured in a couple years, and then he's still got to take some time off.
Good for him.
So if you're a praying person, pray for Zen. But yeah. Solid song. 9.0 for me. What'd you give it?
A 9.1.
All right, guys. Middle Earth gave it a 9. All right, guys. We shall return.
We'll be right back.
Commercial break. The day has just begun. We shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. It shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We are in the midst of the Imperishable Flames stream. A little bit of a remix of our studio. That's okay. The next band is called Insomnium.
It is not.
It's not called Insomnium.
This one.
It's called
And I'm gonna
Arrigo.
let you do it.
Mambo Linda Qualimbo.
This is for the big homie
Colombo.
Archero. DJ Archero says, I discovered the band while researching South American bands for a poll theme we had in the Epic Underground. This band is from Argentina and plays a style of heavy metal combined with tango. They feature some traditional Argentinian instruments such as the bombo, the gyro, which is a drum made from a hollow tree trunk and animal skins, and the charango, a South American version of the lute, as well as others. All right, and he's got the lyrics here.
You're going to send those to me in email?
Yes,
All right.
Well, in email or through text?
I mean,
Does it
through
not
text.
matter?
Sorry. Text. Okay, here we go. Arrigo, or what did they? You said they're Argentinian.
That's the name of the song.
Arrigo. All right, here we go, guys. You said this is Archero's pick.
This is Archero.
All right, so Archero is one of our more. What does he play? The flute? He plays some sort of wind instrument,
I
doesn't
thought
he?
it was the trombone or something.
He always
Saxophone
comes.
or
He
something,
always comes with a band that like has some sort of like thing that doesn't belong in metal, but they're always good songs.
Yeah.
Always. There's like one with a saxophone. Like saxophone doesn't belong in metal. Well,
Yeah, but wait,
if Archero's recommending it, I promise you the saxophone's going to be a
is he the
badass.
one that picked that song that was like, it was silent? Like, wasn't there a song that was like nothing?
Well, yeah, there was a completely like quiet. So I don't know.
I wasn't.
But
sure
I don't know if that
Archero
was Neil or if it was Archero. Somebody was trying to troll us or
somebody
whatever.
was. All right.
We can't wait. We can't wait for this pick. All right, here we go. Here's song number 2. It's called Mambo Linguitalombo. And if you think that I butchered that name, you would be absolutely right. You win the $10,000 because I absolutely butchered the name of that song. All right, let's check it out. Here we go.
cualquier momento. ¿Qué pasaría? ¿Qué va a pasar? Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. Miramos al recuerdo como un lamento. Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. Soltar esta noche lo que tenga que soltar. No puedo seguir así tan triste. Y el que no se prenda, que me vea bailar. Tanto tiempo ahí sentado. Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. Miramos al recuerdo como un lamento. Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. ¿Qué pasaría? ¿Qué va a pasar? Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. Miramos al recuerdo como un lamento. Cualquiera puede hacer cualquier cosa en cualquier momento. Soltar esta noche lo que tenga que soltar. No puedo seguir así tan triste. Y el que no se prenda, que me vea bailar. Tanto tiempo ahí sentado.
¡Huepa! 96.1! Dude, man. Dude. Okay, first of all, this is who selected this song?
Archero.
Okay. I'm pretty sure Archero also selected the song of the year last year. It was that Japanese band with the red. I don't know if they're Chinese or Japanese, but the band just completely blew me away. I was talking about
I
it.
can't remember it right now.
I kept forgetting their name. Archero, for the second year in a row, you have selected the song of the year, Mr. Archero.
for Vin.
I don't know what he won. He was supposed to win something at the end of last year. I said, like, if nobody topples this, then Archero's good. He's good. So he for a year and a half, Archero, you've been holding the title. I absolutely, I cannot tell you guys how deeply I love this song because it was metal.
Yep.
But it had that, guys, in the Bronx, man. Okay, 149th Grand Concourse, that's where I stayed at. Valentine Avenue on Fordham Road, okay? That's where the homie stayed at. And it just reminds me of summer in the Bronx, man, because the drug dealers, that's how they would signal that the DTs, the detectives were gone and it was time to open up shop. Mm-hmm. And that's how there was one summer where that's what I woke up to. And there was this one song that was just a giant hit. And it got played for hours over and over again. And at the time, I hated it. But the crazy thing about New York is like you be outside and you'll just see a couple. We saw a commercial or movie or something where it was just a street scene and there was like a couple just dancing, like spinning each other. That's just normal in New York, especially the Spanish people, man. Those Spanish people, they just partied, man. They just love to party. There was always food. You know, arroz con pollo, blah, blah, blah. I was light skinned. They let me in. You know what I'm saying? They let me in the crew. They're like, how could you not like Vinny? Plus, I was like, I'm not even from here. I'm Jamaican. Mm-hmm. So they used to call me Jamaica because that's how you pronounce Jamaica in Spanish. And so we had a park on 149th. That park was ours. That was the black side. And then there was Plimpton Park on the other side. That was where the Puerto Ricans and everybody hung out. And we basically, but I went over there and shit, and they kind of, once you got past the wall, once they saw that you weren't trying to go after their woman, they they were fine. But I was trying to.
I was trying to. I'm like, but
there are multiple ways. There are multiple ways to skin a cat, dear listener. But I remember my boy Marcus got in a fight because there was this pretty boy, and Marcus didn't like him because he's a pretty boy. I said, "Yo, Mark, don't sleep on him, bro. Like, look at De La Hoya, because De La Hoya at the time, like, he was the golden boy. Oscar, he's pretty boy, prettiest fighter of all time." And this dude proceeded to beat the hell out of my friend Marcus, and Marcus is like, "Yo, I caught an L." So I was like, all right, man, you won, you caught an L, whatever. And I was pissed because I'm like, yo, do I walk home with my friend? But the basketball game was really, really close, and that's why it was getting so chippy, and that's why the fight started. So I'm like, you know how I am with that shit. I'm like, fuck. So I left and took care of Marcus or whatever. But
that's good.
But they still let me back in the court. Marcus couldn't come back anymore, but they let me back in the court. When I moved away, they got in beef with some cops, and the cops came over and like lit up a bunch of them.
No.
Oh yeah, yeah. The cops, because Plimpton, that area was their area. The DTs couldn't get in there; they couldn't be effective and shit. So people don't realize, like, when we talk about cops being dirty, there's so much shit that people don't even know. But yeah, man, they went through the cop. They had a shootout with them folks. Killed a couple of them. Rest in peace, Juan and all the rest of them. But they But anyway, I thoroughly enjoyed. Was Vin chasing AOC? No. I don't know if we've had this conversation. It was Cardi B we had this conversation. I said Cardi B is like any girl you would find in walking down the street at Fordham Road. Like, there's nothing. AOC even less so. AOC wouldn't have gotten any attention from us just because she's so slender. She's skinny. Mm-hmm. So, flaca. We used to call him flaca. Yeah, flaca. Flaca means skinny. Yeah. So, you the culo gorda. It's a big ass. Like all the shit that everybody used to say and shit. But you couldn't say that shit unless you were with the. You had to be with them. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't say that. Yeah, you couldn't.
Or to
to
be able to say
talk about their bums and all this shit. Like, you couldn't. That's how they were with their females, man. Like, you couldn't do that shit. That's why it's like a big honor when they like let me in and they allowed me to whatever. Like, I was gonna do what I was gonna do, but like, it was a cool thing. I just love the song.
Yeah, it was interesting.
It just brought me back. Like, I saw so many scenes, and it's crazy because like I hated that shit. Like, because I would wake up every day to the same song. No tengo querido corazón. Like, I used to hate it, but now I'm like, damn. Like, I don't like miss it, because I wouldn't want to wake up that way again to the same song over and over again, because they played that song the entire summer. Holy shit. But I appreciate it. I appreciate what it was.
Yeah, it seems
I
like...
appreciate how deep the culture was. Like those Spanish people down there, like they held on to their like Puerto Rican shit. Like they that was their gang flags. A lot of them were Latin Kings, and instead of wearing the usual yellow, these guys were wearing a Puerto Rican flag, all types of shit. Yeah, like they really were very proud of their heritage. They were super cultural. You know, we had some run-ins with them and whatever, but overall, man, it's just one of those things about New York that's like distinctly New York. I mean, because they were blasting it. Like we had an entire complex, and you heard the song, like your glasses would rattle. I mean, they blasted it. Like it's just not going to happen anywhere else. You know what I'm saying? So at the time, you know, I hated it because it's always cool to complain about where you're from, but it was absolutely perfect. It's absolutely perfect. What were you saying?
I'm not sure. I don't remember now. Yeah, well, I've seen you've talked about that song before, and that memory of them like replaying that song and how much that bugged you and annoyed you, and you almost couldn't even see the flair or the fun of the song. It had bugged you for so long. So yeah, it was interesting to kind of see, like, when they added some metal in, it was like it pushed you over the edge, and you're like, oh, it's nostalgia now. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, you don't know what you have till it's gone. Like, that kind of deep culture, and, like I said, like, you just walk down the street, them folks are dancing with each other, all types of shit. Like, you know, sometimes I'd be, you know how moody I am. Hey, Mike, what's wrong with you? Come on, give us cerveza. You know, I was like 14, they were giving me Coronas and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was just cool, man. It was just a really, really cool moment. AOC, average oriented culo. Like, I want to give AOC respect because she's a congresswoman. She earned it, and I respect her for that. All I'm saying is, she from our culture where we were from, she'd get put in the flaca category, and there wouldn't be a lot of attention. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean she's ugly. It doesn't mean she's not smart. It just means, you know, where we were from, you know, I mean, she's a nice person, very intelligent, but, you know, I want to, like, escape from the AOC conversation as quick as I can. This song is getting an 11 for me. I love it. 9.8 on this one. This was definitely a fun one. And I liked that it had the metal angle to it as well. So shout out to Ochero for finding this song that he discovered while he was looking for something else for the Epic Underground.
The song of the year again. Wait a second. Somebody brought up Nishayar. That is that African black metal band, and I'm pretty sure they got song of the year the year before. I'm not sure. Was that Archero as well? Holy shit, Archero, like, he knows me.
He knows you, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, Archero. All right, you guys, we'll be right back. First and ever holy count, that was me. Yeah, so Archero's like the reigning guy. Like, that's 3 years in a row. He's the one that came up with that band that we listen to from time to time. He's the one that came up with the Japanese band. He did it again. Holy shit. I don't know. Nobody can dethrone Archero. Maybe it's... I don't know.
All right, you guys. We'll be right back. We have many, many more.
We shall return. That was completely emotional nostalgia pick. There you go. All right. We'll return on the other side of the break. Dear listener, Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed, and a child shall lead them to buy our merch. All right, you guys, the Imperishable Flames has returned for part 2 of their return stream. And the next song on our list is song number 3. Whoop. And it is from the big homie Negative Vibes.
Negative Vibes. There was a Jamaican musician in Street Fighter 2. His name was DJ, and he was a complete joke. He would dance around, do all this kind of dumb shit, and there was all the like maracas in the background because it's Jamaica. Like, we don't even use those, but okay, whatever. Yeah, but it was fun. It was funny. But like they would play.
People don't use maracas,
like
and
ska.
when people brought us,
it was like ska. Do you know what ska is?
No.
Okay, long story. Okay, song. What's the next song?
Right here.
Lewis Cole, Planet X.
All right,
Okay.
Negative Vibe says Lewis Cole is an amateur jazz drummer and one of the big movers and shakers in the modern.
I'm sorry.
Funk.
Wait. Is there another Street Fighter coming out? I haven't played Street Fighter like in years. Soraya made me throw away my Super Nintendo version of Street Fighter 2 because she said that Dorian was looking at Chun-Li. I don't really know, but I listen to what she said anyway because it's Soraya. What are you gonna do? So I threw it out. Yeah, I'd want to play Street Fighter again. That's gonna be great. Thank you for that. Okay, go ahead and read that thing.
All right. Oh my God.
This is song number 3, Planet X.
Thank you for that. Negative Vibe says Lewis Cole is an amateur jazz drummer and one of the big movers and shakers in the modern funk new jazz movement. If you remember from the recent Flying Lotus track, he's on the Flylo's label and also close friends with the legendary bassist Thundercat. His main band, called Nowhere, just announced a new album, so I've been back on his music all the time lately. This pick is from his newest album, which is my personal album of the year in 2022. The drum grooves on this funky track are out of this world. All right, you guys, let's check it out. Planet X.
Talk to the people. Hey, Rip's in the house. What's up, villagers? He says.
All right, thank you for that.
What? Okay.
Okay.
All right, come here.
We will be right back.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that
You
off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also at $15 tier and above when we actually... No!
All right, let's
This
go.
is a wonderful commercial for having as many children as you possibly can have. Literally every night it's a ritual. I love it. Okay, guys, here we go. Song number 3, Planet X. What did he say about Planet X, though? This pick is from the newest album. It's my personal favorite of the year in album 22. The drum grooves are funky. Tracks out of this world. Okay, I'll be the judge of that. Like,
All right, let's go.
Literally. Here we go. Planet X, Liz Cole. Let's do it. Because I ended the commercial early. And those lyrics. This is funny.
Moment in, start and end. That's the only one I'm in. Shovel shit to mountains high. Above the tiny hills of hype. Work goes in, tracks come out. I don't really leave the house. You know I have a small white ass, but it's changing Neptune's path. Yeah, the earth is flat. And you are bored. I talk shit to you through your Ouija board. I will still be here. Loved or hated, not ignored. They will name Planet X after me, but I'm surprised and recognized on the street. I'm ruler of the universe, unanimous, but I'll be at home by myself, trying my best. Mainstream won't get you wet. Thank God for the internet. Search my name and spend your night seeing who I spend my life. I only air, I fly the craft, but I'm back behind the business class. High above all the hits, a throne of truth is where I sit. Yeah, the earth is flat, and you are bored. I talk shit to you through your Ouija board. I will still be here. Loved or hated, not ignored. They will name Planet X after me, but I'm surprised and recognized on the street. I'm ruler of the universe, unanimous, but I'll be at home by myself, trying my best. I'm motherfuckers saying yeah, 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 yeah. They will name Planet X after me. Please, when you find Planet X, will you name it after me? At least a crater or some rocks. Can you name one after me? Yeah, Louis Cole.
He said his own name?
Yeah, he wants
said,
them to name it after him.
Name one after me, Lewis. Planet X. You know, the first time I heard about Planet X was this guy called Tradcat Knight. And
Okay.
Tradcat Knight is a traditional Catholic, like a old school, like your Pepe traditionalist Catholic.
Okay.
And I don't know if you know about this, but there's supposed to be like, I think it's 10 Days of Darkness or 7 Days of Darkness.
Oh yeah, I've heard about it. It's really creepy.
And it's terrifying, and
Yeah.
only people devoted to the Blessed Mother are going to make it through, and all the rest of this. So this is one of the prophecies of, I think there was, Fatima talked about it, and a couple other Catholic sort of mystical visionaries talked about it. And this dude was saying that Planet X, because we think we found, like, theoretically there's another planet out there called Planet X. We can't verify it yet, so it's like out there, but like it's a, you know, the doomsday people like, this is gonna fuck with the gravitational pull, it's gonna be apocalyptic, blah blah
yeah.
blah.
Yeah, okay.
And so Tradcat Knight was saying that the Planet X stuff was the way that God was going to bring about the 10 days of darkness or whatever. So you better have your Mary scapular on and on all the rest of it. So
They used to have
Planet X is like this new planet that's supposed to be, whatever. Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm making this story up or if I remember this, but I feel like this is an actual memory. There was a cross at my grandparents'. Of course, they're Catholic, very, very strong Catholics. And I remember one of my cousins bringing it to me and being like, yo, and told me the story. And like, you slid open the back of this wooden cross and there was candles in there. And apparently that stuff was blessed by the priest so it would still run. Apparently none of the lights are going to work.
None of the lights are going to work.
Unless you have a candle blessed by the priest.
Even a candle, but the candle's got to be blessed by the priest, inshallah. So if you have a blessed less candle and you try to light it during the days of darkness, it's not going to work for you. It's terrifying. Anyway, the point is, Planet X, this dude was convinced that Planet X was going to come into our orbit and fuck everything up and bring about the 10 days of darkness. It was extremely terrifying.
I don't remember that.
It's extremely terrifying. It was like 3:30 in the morning when I was listening to that shit.
How old were you?
And what do you mean? This is recently.
Oh, this is recent?
Oh, yeah. Nothing, Freddy Krueger, all that shit, none of that shit scares me, man. But, like,
that
eschatological shit, like the way he was describing it, I was like, nah, bro. That's fucked. Because at the time...
It's scary to hear that breakdown.
Well, at the time, I was in a certain situation where I needed the lights on. Like, I needed to know what the fuck was happening. See what I'm saying? So I was just thinking to myself, like, yo, if that ever happened, like, R.I.P. then, like, it'd be over for me, bro. Like, it would absolutely be over for me. Like, there's not a doubt in my mind. And I'm not mad at, whatever. I'm just saying, like, there's no doubt in my mind it'd be over for me. That'd have been a wrap. It'd be R.I.P. Half the world would rejoice, inshallah. But it's funny to me that he wants to be named after Planet X. This song is extremely ironic. If you look at some of the lyrics, like, they're completely contradictory. To me, this is like the, I gotta be careful about how I say this. I think this, there's a psychological condition called delusions of grandeur.
Yep.
Where people believe that they are bigger than what they actually are. Right? So it's not talking about like regular arrogance, like at a basketball court and somebody's like, I can beat you, you can beat me, oh, it's a close game. Delusions of grandeur would be, LeBron James couldn't guard this shot. You know what I'm saying? And like truly believe it. That's a delusion of grandeur.
Yeah, you can't win a regular pickup game in your town.
Right.
But you're gonna join the NBA.
Sadaqt. and defeat one of the greatest, literally like in the top 3 in every that's
not gonna happen.
But it seems like that's been the concept of delusions of grandeur has been democratized throughout America because of social media. So now you have all these little silos where everybody thinks that they know everything and they have no idea what the hell they're talking about. Which is why I always say, where's the source? And people get upset at me. I'm like, that's the only way I can know that we're not doing the Dunning-Kruger thing. Show me your sources and I adjust my position based on what I see. But like, if you look at the lyrics, moment in the start and end, that's the only one I'm in. Moment in the start and end, that's the only one I'm in. That's wise. That's pretty wise. Basically, stay in the moment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Shovel shit to mountain high above the tiny hills of hype. See, there it is. Hype. Like, it's this and this.
Yeah.
Work goes in, tracks come out. I don't really leave the house. I have a small white ass, but it's changing Neptune's path. That's what I'm saying. Like, we're in a situation now where, like, you can literally do everything from home. You can work from home. Like, I can't tell the last time I've been to Walmart. I looked outside, the guy was delivering our shit. It was only $10 a delivery?
Well, if you do it more than 2 hours away, they don't charge you the 10, you just have to pay the tip. So we usually spend 10 or 15 in a tip.
And then they deliver our stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, if you look at gas, I mean, it's worth it to me.
Oh, I agree.
But now, like, the shit gets delivered right to our house. Right to the doorstep. So, like, literally, you don't have to be outside for any reason anymore. And but what that does is it does kind of lend more to this whole delusions of grandeur thing, because what happens when you're on the internet? You're going to go around the people that agree with you. So they're going to tell you you're an awesome person or
Oh,
you
yeah,
have all
I know.
these capabilities.
Yeah.
You're going to write something, it's going to be trash, but people will be like, oh, it's great. Like that first show I wrote, people are like, yo, Vin, oh
Come
my.
on, babe.
No, I'm just saying. Like, you've heard the solos on this. No, just focus on what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying the solo was trash. I'm not saying it was trash. But what I'm saying is if I literalized the encouragement that everybody was giving me, I'd walk around and be like, yo, I'm better than, half these guys on the radio, blah, blah, blah. Because people were saying that. They're like, yo. And but what I'm saying is that's what feeds the delusion.
Yeah,
Because
I don't agree with that example because I think you're actually good. But I do think.
I am not saying I
you...
just said I'm not saying I'm trash. What I'm saying is the guy might be a great basketball player in his little town.
Yeah.
But that's not LeBron James.
Yeah.
Level. So you got people saying, "Yo, you're better than half the." They love you. They like you. I'm not a better guitarist than half the people on the radio. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying I was trash. I'm just saying like that's an example where you wrote this sort of pedestrian solo that's like, and people expected you to be trash because you're a reactor. They didn't think that you actually dedicated any time to the craft. So you play something, they got low expectations, you blow them away. So now you're like, holy shit, I'm actually what these people say. It leads to this sort of inflated idea of the self.
I don't think that's... I think it happens, like, if you watch the, like, where people are going to go American Idol, or you just... I just showed you the other day of this person posting this picture, and they were saying, like, hype me up, basically, like...
Yeah.
And it was really horrible pictures, like, I think that everybody has different capabilities for how attractive their pictures can be, but these were definitively bad pictures, and it wasn't even like proper angles that you would if you were a photographer even take somebody's pictures out. Like, it was really bad angles. Everything was just really bad about these pictures, and everybody was just in the comment section lying. That to me is that, because
right. It was a
that's
mistake.
like
It was
next
a mistake
level.
for me to use myself because you can't be objective.
no, I can't.
I'm
Please
not-
stop doing that.
I'm not saying that I was trash. I'm just saying that I'm not at the level of these professionals. That's all I was saying.
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying is if you take the comment section under that solo and I were to say I'm better than half these bands out here, that to me is delusional. Now I've told you I'm a better rapper than half these rappers out here. I believe that. I don't think that's delusion, but I've been doing that my entire life. See what I'm saying? Like, I haven't played guitar my entire life.
I get it, but I've also seen some of these people firsthand, watching them on the stage, and I've seen where I'm like, oh, I could probably do that. I don't watch you play and think, oh, I could probably do that. Matter of fact, I think the opposite. So, just a bad example. But I understand what you're saying. I get it.
Yeah, but
Your point is still well
that's what I'm saying. Like, people feel like, or here's why you win a debate. You do a moderated debate, and they think you should debate Neil deGrasse Tyson on astrophysics. Like, I don't know anything about astrophysics. What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, if you look here though, shovel shit to mountain high, above the tiny hills of hype. Work goes in, tracks come out. I don't really leave the house. You know I have a small white ass, but it's changing Neptune's path. Like, that's the irony, is like, you're at home.
What is he saying? He's doing so much great stuff from his house.
Yeah, he's changing
like
the
he's
world from his
literally-
bum. He's sitting on his ass, but he's changing the world from his bum. Like,
Yeah.
no, but again, like, this is like the delusion, because you're around people on the internet who think just like you,
okay,
and are
I see
willing to
what
hype
you're
you up. So now you really truly believe that you're like affecting the universe in some sort of galactic existential way, when in reality you're not. You're just consuming material, whether it's social media material or actual material. That's all you're doing. You're not Gandhi. Like, it's high, most of us. There was that line in American Beauty, I think the name of the movie was, with Kevin Spacey. And one of the actors was like this blonde cheerleader, blah, blah, blah. And she was horrible. She was a mean girl throughout the whole show. And then, to me, I think the apex of the movie was when the beautiful mean girl, basically, she got caught in a moment of vulnerability, and she said her biggest fear was being normal. Being a normal, everyday person. Yeah. And I think a lot of people share that fear, and I think the internet provides a very... It provides you a platform for you to cosplay as something bigger than what you actually are. And because there's no accountability, and because there's no, man, you ain't really like that. You know what I'm saying? Like when you were in the hood and somebody started talking shit, they started capping, and as soon as people would say shit, we'd be like, "Bruh, you ain't like that." We had this kid named Sinclair. He was like an actual blood, like a real live gangster, and you know, when he showed up, there was so much tension. It was so tense because we didn't know what Sinclair was. This is a little kid, but he had his shit on him every day, and he was a blood. He had
His reputation preceded him.
Yeah. And like, I'd have friends be like, "Oh, we ain't scared of Sinclair. Like, fuck that nigga, blah, blah, man. Shut up, bro. Because you're going to say some dumb shit, he's going to come after you, and you're going to run, and I'm going to have to try to help you. And none of us want any problems with that kid, so shut the fuck up." Like, your actual friends in the real world will check you. Your internet friends won't check you because they don't know you. They don't know you. And you are presenting to them what you consider to be the best version of yourself or whatever. So whatever and let's say that solo was okay. I'll never be able to write a solo like that again if it was really, really good. Based on where I'm at right now. I'm not saying, like, if I put my mind to it, I absolutely think I can get to the point where I'm like, yeah, this is pro level shit. I don't have that kind of investment in the instrument, but I just love the song because of all the ironies. Like, I have a small white ass, but you know it's changing Neptune's path. Yeah, the earth is flat and you are bored. I talk shit to you through the Ouija board. So that's the other thing, is like, people are just straight up bored. Like, this whole flat earth thing, I didn't believe that people actually thought the earth was flat, but I think what's happening is people are bored. And remember, I've got one of these, one of my favorite human beings in the world and in the village is how do I say this? Because she watches. I don't want to. She's an avid like QAnon person. And, like, she was saying all this stuff about what's going to happen, and she knew the inside scoop, and I finally, like, leveled with her. I said, "Sis, you live a pretty sedentary lifestyle. You don't do a lot. This is, like, the profile. This person doesn't go outside a lot." I said, you're not really doing anything with your life, and the idea that you have some secret knowledge about the most powerful people in the world that the average American doesn't have gives you a sense of meaning and importance. Because now you're one of the chosen few that knows the truth, and everybody else is asleep. And it's your job from the comfort of your home to continue to spread this truth. But it's very dangerous for you to do so. Like, if you were truly... That's what I'm saying. It's one of those things where it's like, if you were truly a threat, you would not be able to post all the shit you're posting. Yeah. Like, right. These are, and it's like, it doesn't make sense because they're like, yo, the Clintons assassinated this person, this person, this person, this person. It's like, okay, so how are you getting this source then? How do you have access to this information? The rest of us don't. And supposedly Hillary and the rest of her death squads, like, you slip through the cracks, and your informant who's inside slipped through the cracks. Like, come on. But this is what I'm talking about. It's like this delusional sort of, you've got access to secret knowledge that the average American is asleep, but you're awake, and you know the truth, and blah, 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 blah. And so it creates that kind of mania. And I think... Yeah,
but at the same time, the government's doing stuff that makes people feel paranoid, that makes people feel like there is some sideways shit going on here. So we don't really know where the line is to be drawn. So I can see how people could get drawn. I do think that's valid to say, like, why are you slipping through the cracks and you're out here, bringing awareness to all this stuff, but you're not getting in, and you're supposedly in some sort of danger, but nothing's happening.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, yeah, I do see, like, the importance element of it and stuff like that, but...
That's what I'm saying. Like, they eat babies, they drink their blood so they can, have the fountain of youth for the rest of their lives. I'm like, no disrespect to Hillary, but she needs to do a lot more drinking. Holy shit. But I agree with MJ. Like, the point of Q is to be as crazy and off the fucking range as possible. And there's no theory that those people have that is too crazy. I mean, they legit, she called me, like, on January...
It doesn't have to be based in
I was talking to her on January 4th, 5th, all that shit, and I was warning her, like, yo, You're not going
that.
over. Yeah, like I was genuinely concerned for
remember
Shorty,
that.
and thank God she didn't go. But people are like, yo, how does this happen? And I think that's how it happens. You got a sedentary lifestyle. You don't feel very good about yourself as far as like, I'm not accomplishing anything. I'm not doing anything in the world. You're addicted to the internet. And then boom, you fall down this rabbit hole of this giant global conspiracy, intercontinental global conspiracy. And you are one of the chosen few that heard it. And everybody else in America is just asleep. And your job from the comfort of your own home is to let people know the truth and wake them up. And it's like, but you can't be too, because then they'll know. And the phone, and like people are saying like, I gotta be careful what I say over the phone. I'm like, who are you? Like, newsflash, the intelligence apparatus does not have like unlimited, believe me, it does not, they don't have unlimited resources. There's 280 million people in America. Why are they looking for you? Like,
Yeah.
But again, 10 years ago, if somebody would have said, the government is tapping my phone, we would have said, are they? Come with me. Now, people are saying that and believe that, and now you can't say anything. You're like, I guess you're a revolutionary, whatever. So that's what the song was about to me. It was just about, like, the delusions people fall in from the comfort of their own home, and they want the planet named after them and all
Do
this
they
shit.
really? They call themselves the truthers?
Oh, yeah. They call themselves truthers. Yeah. No, she's right. You're going to hell, Amy, laughing at the poor people. It's a mental condition. I guarantee you, when the DSM-6 comes out, there's going to be some sort of internet something. Because there's no way.
Gonna have to be.
I talked about this other. There's videos I will not watch. Just because something is on the internet doesn't mean you have to watch it. But yeah, like, I don't care. They tap my phone if they're going to pay the phone bill. Yeah, like, it's incredible. It's incredible because the question gets asked, who are you? Like, my phone isn't tapped. I don't believe my phone is tapped. Like, it's just funny to me. It's like, what if, like, how? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And then it's like, people will tell you stuff about organizations that you worked in. It's like, I know what you're saying right now is wrong. That's not, but they know. So anyway, shout out. Look, I'm not mad at the truthers. Like, I think all of us know that our government is corrupt. Like, I don't look at conspiracy theorists and go, all the conspiracy theorists are crazy. I think you're crazy if you don't think there's any conspiracy, considering the fact that all of us believe our government lied to us about Iraq. Most of us believe our government lied to us about COVID, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's ridiculous to just go along blindly with what the, what the government says. At the same time, though, you've got to practice some realism. If you're some random person in Butte, Montana, the likelihood that you're in the orbit of some Washington insiders is extremely low. Mm-hmm. And you're not going to go down in history as one of I kept seeing this over and over again around the 4th and the 5th on Parler. They're going to write books about us. We're going to be the people that our kids are reading about in the history books in the future, blah blah blah. Let's go, lock and loaded, blah 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 blah. Like, it's
that they will hear about that.
It is that's what I'm saying. It's a clear psychological phenomena that's happening, and it's got to get addressed. Like, right now, we're making fun of these people. I'm not making not because I'm innocent. It's just because it just so happened that one of these people I care about. So it's very selfish. Before that, I was like, look at these truther people. This shit is ridiculous. And then I was on the phone. I'm like, holy shit. Remember I told you, I was like, yo, I think so-and-so is one of those people.
Yeah. That's right. Oh my God. That's so funny.
You remember that?
Yeah.
I was horrified.
Yeah.
I was horrified. I didn't know what was going to happen. I don't know what Shorty was going to do. I didn't know if she was going to fucking, you know what I'm saying, strap up and...
I guess the QAnon stuff and all that stuff, it doesn't strike me as crazy because I'm pretty sure that I've been surrounded by theorizers and people, conspiracy, and I think that I was surrounded by a lot of that. So I think that it doesn't strike me the way it strikes you.
Oh, man. Look... Michelle says, several believers waited for JFK Jr. to come back. That's true. That was another thing, was that they were going to Trump was going to walk out. He's going to jam up Pelosi. Pelosi's going to show up, in cuffs and shit. They were going to parade her carcass around. And then out of nowhere, it's like the WWF, when they're bringing back a wrestler and, like, you don't know. And then all of a sudden, like, And Stone Cold walks out like, holy shit, we haven't seen Stone Cold like 6 months. What's good, nigga? And then that's what's supposed to happen. An old, decrepit, fucking, what did he be, 85 by this point? JFK was supposed to... See, I'm pretty sure when they thought JFK, they thought about the JFK, like, from the 60s.
Yeah.
Like, you wouldn't even be able to recognize him today if he was fucking 80
yeah.
years old or whatever he'd be. But, like, there's no process of this. It was just, there's going to be a parade of patriots led by the commander-in-chief with Pelosi, you know, the crook of her elbow, and then the second wave is going to be all the senators, and then you're going to have all the oath keepers and shit with their M4s. The shit was incredible, and people believed it. People believed it. People are turning crazy into an Olympic sport. Yeah. There is now a new age pipeline to the alt-right. Holy shit. Yeah. Anyway, I think that's what the song is about. It's humorously poking fun at the collective delusions of grandeur that all of us have because of the internet. You know?
That's interesting. Okay.
That's what I thought the song was about. And from that sense, it's a solid 9 for me because I thought it was extremely insightful. Go ahead.
It did have a pretty funky sound to it. It was a very interesting beat. It was different. I would give this one a solid 9.
I'm going to give this a 9.5. And mostly because the lyrics, I thought that those lyrics are some of the most intelligent lyrics I've seen. And if you're a lover of irony like me, you will see the irony in this song. Like, here's some no-name rando who's not really doing anything significant, but he wants an entire planet named after him.
And he says his name.
What have you done to deserve this? And at the end, he's like, in the song, he said, they're going to name it after me.
Listen, I'm not going to lie. I did think of the star that was bought for us. The big homie Davey.
It is true.
I was like, look, I'm very
There
sorry.
There is. Yeah,
Louis,
see, that's
you're in this situation.
Yeah, right. That is true. There is an actual Vin and Story star in the universe. Like, that's a fact. Davey J can testify. There is a star literally named after yours truly and in my right hand. So, I'm sorry.
Say what you want.
Say what you want. You can have a planet. We have a star, which is like 60 million times bigger than a planet. So, there you go. We're important.
That settles it.
I'm pretty certain Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will take us to our star when this is all over. I fully believe that.
I'm positive of it.
Same with you, Davey. You're going to be with us for sure. For sure. But see, that was motivated by love, though. Mm-hmm. That's a love thing. That's not a, you know, he's saying name planet. He's like, they're going to name Planet X after me because it's a delusional thing. But at the end of the song, he says, please name it after me. And then he gives his name. It's like, what? You're not famous? People don't know who you are? Yeah. So he puts his name at the end of the song. It's a brilliant song. It's one of the most well-written songs I've ever seen in my life. Like, literally my life. Literally my life. And I'm like practicing some serious self-control and not line by line this thing and have you poor people here for 19 hours. But I really, really would. One of these days, I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to like, just go off for an hour and a half on 2 lines on a song or something like that.
You should.
We'll see. Okay. All right. This song is a, what did you give it?
I give it a solid 9.
All right. 9.5 for me. 9.5. We shall return, dear listener. We shall return. Just keep your head, huh? Just keep your head. We love you all. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. By the way, seeing some of you guys have bought some of the new shirts. Send us a picture so we can do the Where in the World is the Village thing. We'll feature you on the show. Okay, guys, we have been going through the Imperishable Flames. We are now on to song numero 4, or 4, and that is Hexen. Hexen, Hexen, and the name of the song is Chaos Aggressor. Chaos Aggressor is the name of the song. Go ahead, Soraya.
This is for DJ Mike, the big homie. And he just said, comment is do it.
Is that what he said?
So let's do it.
Do it. Okay, good.
Yes, Chaos Aggressor.
Actually, we're not going to do it yet. Do me a favor. Get me those...
Lyrics, smell of rot, taste of hate.
Those lyrics.
Oh my God.
Those lyrics.
I see it's a nice loving song.
It's a relationship.
Happy.
It's a relationship
Yeah, it's a
song,
relationship song.
Inshallah, it's a relationship song. All right, here we go. Hexen, Chaos Aggressor. Chaos Aggressor, let's do it. This is not the way I thought this was going to start. I thought it was going to be. Tempo change. Speed up now. Speed up now.
Smell of rot, taste of hate, eyes bloodshot, doomed by fate. Yeah, I remember, see me fade. One of many whose life was ripped away. The Columbine kids was calm and relaxed. Not a trace of evil from their front to their backs. Another set of souls falling from grace. It's lunchtime now, holding a gun to your face. Chaos to make, a world to break. Dark shadows of retaliation. Chaos to make, a world
that is what a good solo sounds like. That's a very good solo. Wow. I'm actually surprised by this song. This is one of those songs that I don't think would make it past the board in 2023. Because he talked about Timothy McVeigh in a sympathetic manner. You know Timothy McVeigh. I was living in Florida at the time.
I just assumed it was like one of the kids that got killed in Columbine.
Nope. It was Challenger. I think it was Challenger Elementary School. It was in April. I walk in, and my mom, I open the door living room. My mom is she's standing, watching the TV.
Yeah.
She's standing on her feet watching the TV. I look at the TV, and there's this iconic picture of a fireman carrying the body of like this 5-year-old kid. I'll never forget it. It was called the Muir Building. I think it's M-U-I-R. It's a Muir Building. And Timothy McVeigh set off a giant explosion and basically took off the whole face of that building, killed a bunch of kids. And there was a firefighter who was going in on the rescue operation. He died too.
Why did he do this?
Well, this was a progression. So he was part of a militia. Timothy McVeigh was. He was part of a militia.
See, this picture looked familiar to me.
Yeah, that's McVeigh.
Yeah, okay.
He was part of a militia, and you know these guys had gone to the backwoods. See, there's stereotypes about militia. I ran into a couple militia folks when I lived in Florida.
Okay.
It's not what people say it is.
Okay,
to be honest,
what would be the difference?
Well, the
168 people killed.
Yeah.
Jeez.
A lot of kids died because it was a government building. And he wanted to go after the government because of what happened with Waco and Ruby Ridge. Remember, Ruby Ridge, they were these white separatists, and they basically lived off in the woods.
It was like a husband, his kids, and wife, and they got killed in front of him or something.
Yeah, they killed his wife right in front of him.
Yeah.
Now, everybody knows I'm a lover of my people, but being a white supremacist is not a fucking crime, and it's definitely not a crime worthy of the death penalty.
Yeah.
And it's definitely not a crime worthy of watching your wife die
execution in front of
in front of you.
Yeah.
Our government did that to American citizens.
Yeah, that's crazy.
And then shortly after that, you had Waco.
Okay.
Right?
And so he's fighting against
So
the
he
government.
went and attacked the government building. But what he didn't recognize is that government workers have children, so there was an entire floor for these kids.
Oh my gosh.
So he's thinking, I'm going to blow up the Muir Building. I'm going to blow up the Muir. He doesn't think, well, maybe the building has a fucking daycare in it.
Holy shit, this is it?
It had a daycare in it. Oh yeah, it took off the entire face of the building. I mean, it was insane. I mean,
okay, so what happened? Is he in jail or is
they killed him? This is what I said. They put him to sleep. He got executed. And so, the stereotype of the militia is that, here's what MOJO said. What Timothy McVeigh did was wrong. Obviously, the actions of the FBI, the ATF, and I would say certain aspects of our military, CAG, and the alphabet groups, MOJO is 100,000% correct. The actions of the FBI, the ATF, and other organizations absolutely led to that situation. Timothy McVeigh, he thought he was doing a righteous hit, but, and here's the thing, he's military. You're supposed to reconnoiter the area before you go and stage an attack.
Yeah. In other words, you should have gone in there and looked around.
You need signal antenna, all that shit. Like, before you go do an operation, you don't just fucking land somewhere and blow up a building.
What the fuck?
So if he would have just followed through on standard military protocol, I am certain that dude would not have done that.
So wait, so
I
he is military?
He was military. Then he joined the militia.
Oh.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what
because he
you're
didn't want to fight for the government because he thought the American government was corrupt. And so he joins the militia because he wants to bring America back to whatever. And I'm not going to deny a lot. I've sat across the tables from these dudes. Some of these dudes are actual separatists, hate black people, hate everybody, blah, blah, blah. Sure. But what the media did was they made everybody who was part of a militia that way. And it's just not true. I've seen integrated militia. I've seen whatever. To be honest with you, the militia guy is the guy that you want with a gun. Because I mean, a lot of these guys are ex-military. There's heavy primer on trigger discipline, the whole 9 yards. It's not that they go into the woods and cosplay as Gravy SEALs and then go and shoot everybody. That's not what's happening. So those guys are way more responsible with firearms. A lot of those guys are very good at target discrimination, et cetera, et cetera. That's why I said there's no way, if he knew that there were kids there, I do not believe that he would have done what he did. I just don't believe that.
Oh my god.
But so he talks
So
about...
what did he do? He pushed the button? He planted the thing?
He drove a rider truck, right, like a moving van.
Yeah.
Like top to bottom full of explosives. And he just parked it right in the front and set it off. And yeah, it was
And then
horrible.
he left, and then somehow they caught him?
Yeah, they caught him. Evidence or whatever. But he was, it was a U-Haul truck filled with ammonia and nitrate bombs. Yeah.
Holy shit. So he wasn't, when they caught up to him, it was like days later, and they still shot him on sight?
No, they didn't shoot him. They executed him. He had a trial, all that shit.
Oh.
Yeah. So he,
Okay,
look,
I saw somebody say, Mike said death penalty. Yeah, okay. Holy shit.
Okay, Nick. Okay, but people are after me. It says McVeigh visited the daycare days before he knew it was there. I'll have to see evidence of that. I'll have to see evidence of that. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah,
and
Nick,
I remember
send me
him.
the link right now.
Yeah, I mean hey,
Because
it's
I want to.
possible, but I don't believe that happened. But whatever.
Oh my gosh, you guys stopped to see it.
The
on
rider
a road
truck
trip?
packed with nearly 5,000 pounds of explosives. SubhanAllah. Yeah, it killed 168 people, bro. Shit was fucked. Really fucked up. But anyway, in the context of the song...
Wait, it said in his own words about the children, or was that not?
No, it didn't say...
FBI McVeigh knew children would be... Oh, no.
Yeah, the FBI is saying that McVeigh knew that there would be children inside the daycare thing. The lead FBI investigator of the Oklahoma City bombing says no matter what Timothy McVeigh says, he had to have known the children would be victims. Okay.
How?
That's what the FBI is saying. I disagree, but that's okay. That's okay.
Wow. Okay. All right. So that's how it starts. Okay, and then we go into
remember, it was the government that was responsible for the deaths of those people in Waco. The government did that. The government firebombed those people, trapped them in there, and then started taking them out when they were trying to escape. I mean,
it looked like an ego thing to me because they kind of got.
Oh yeah, it was a lot of ego, and it was a lot of we need to show people who's boss type of thing for sure. Mm-hmm. Why do I disagree with what?
2017.
I don't believe the FBI when they say that he knew. Because he's saying he didn't know. They're saying that he should know. I don't believe the FBI. I think that McVeigh, he was an honest actor. He was an honest actor. And people have to remember what was happening in Waco. These kids burned to death in Waco. And you had Janet Reno. People have short memories, but I remember Janet Reno. She was that woman. Whew. She's from the same ilk as like Hillary when she was talking about Gaddafi. How we killed him. No, you didn't kill anybody, Hillary. People on the ground. Anyway, so anyway, he does this and he talks about dark shadows of retaliation. He was looking at it as retaliation against the government for what happened in the Waco building.
Yeah.
And to MJ's point, I could definitely see somebody wanting revenge on the government, eye for an eye mentality. 100% true.
Yeah. Yep.
And the other thing is like, it was just crazy because I came home from school and my mom and like people are covered with dust and there's that one iconic picture of the firefighter holding this kid, and the kid was out, but the firefighter was crying. He was like,
the baby died.
Yeah, he was a limp kid, and he had dug him out of the dirt, spent all this time, and there's like a Pulitzer Prize winning. It was a fucking horrible tragedy. It was a real tragedy. And I was in Florida at the time, so it was all the stuff about the militia and how the militia, they're all
that
white
was at the
separatists
bombing there that we just saw.
Yeah, it was an iconic picture. It was terrible. Up to that time, it was the worst terrorist attack that we had. Prior to 9/11, obviously. Mentally ill, hidden among us to kill, extremist geniuses driven by will. Should the government take the blame? Conspiracy is the name of the game. Some grew up tortures, others buried in wealth. The other thing, too, like, who was really popular at the time was also the Unabomber.
I remember hearing.
I think it was Ted Kaczynski. So, like, around that time, you had really, like, an anti-government sentiment But in my view, it was a justified anti-government sentiment because in Waco, we saw in real time American citizens die right in front of our eyes, many of whom were children.
Yeah.
And again, that also happened in April.
One of the most horrible ways to die.
Horrifying, terrible, terrible way to die. If there were no kids, you think his actions are justified as the employees that worked in that building in Oklahoma had nothing to do with what happened in Waco. I never, ever, ever said it was justified.
No, definitely not.
I never said it was justified. What I will say, though, is that, and I'm a person who has family in government. I have people in my family that if a criminal targeted him and killed him, I'd be angry, I'd be hurt, but that's the job. So there are certain kinds of government actors who if you're talking about an act of war, then you took the role, and that's part of it. And you know that's for every government actor. But no, I'm a Christian. I don't believe that any sort of lethal action is justified. There's a difference between justifying a person's actions and saying I understand why you did what you did. Mm-hmm. And so, when you as a person are sitting back and you're watching the government do this with impunity, I understand the concept of we have to show people you can't do this. Mm-hmm. Now, there's certain demographics of people in this country that are fine, that are socialized and conditioned to watch their own people get killed on camera. And there are other people in this country who are not socialized to accept that shit. And he came from a group of people who was not socialized to accept white people getting gunned down and murdered by the police. So he wasn't going to let that happen. Now, he wasn't going to bomb the Mirror building because of police brutality. He was doing that shit because precious white people were killed. I understand. I get it. I'm not saying he's right, but I understand. Uh-huh. It makes complete and total sense to me. Yeah. And if the government doesn't take a... See, here's my other problem, is they just wanted to call this dude a terrorist, and the government took no accountability for their actions. And they try to make it sound like this dude was crazy and that there were no connections at all.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Of course.
You can't do what you did to that guy in Ruby Ridge. Here's the problem, Leah, is that the government has nobody to watch over them and hold them accountable. Mm-hmm. So when you have people that believe in the original idea of America, see, as a black person in America, you automatically know that the founding fathers are full of shit in the sense that they didn't really believe in equality for everybody. But Timothy McVeigh was not socialized that way. Timothy McVeigh was socialized that the country was his and the country and the government operators worked for him and all the rest of it. And he turns on TV and he sees government operators killing white folk. He's not going to take that sitting down. And you know what? There were no more incidents like that after the Mirror building bombing. It's just a fact. Tell me the major Ruby Ridge. Crazy. Tell me the major Waco situation after that building was destroyed.
Wow, that's crazy.
Okay. So, look, the fact of the matter is Americans need to understand this country came about because armed people took up weapons against the government and murdered agents of the government who were trying to collect taxes.
Yeah.
That's what started the Revolutionary War. They told the guy, hey, show up by the Liberty Tree. And if you the guy that was supposed to take taxes for Britain, they said, show up by the Liberty Tree. And if you show up by the Liberty Tree, then you will be able to go back to Britain safe and sound. John Adams. That's why I love it. Oh, during the George Floyd. Oh, you don't destroy property. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
John Adams and the Sons of Liberties went around and fucking tortured people, kidnapped people, destroyed all their shit if they even... just for paying taxes to the Brits. That was an act of treachery, they were saying. And they were destroying people's property over it. So you can't... Yeah. When a person is indoctrinated and said, this is your heritage, this is what your founding fathers did in the face of government corruption, what do you think's going to happen? I'm not justifying it. I'm just saying it makes complete and total sense to me. And the fact of the matter is that all them white separatists got left alone after that got destroyed. You didn't hear about that anymore.
Yeah. Wow.
I'm sorry. A shout out to Leah Axelrod, who's always asking very poignant questions, and it doesn't go along with the crowd. I have no, I'm not sympathetic to Timothy McVeigh, but I'm a person who I know the anger that you feel when you watch people that you think could be you or your kids, and they just get absolutely mercilessly hacked to death.
Well,
and there is no here's the problem that Timothy had. There was no recourse. They killed those people in Ruby Ridge, no recourse. It killed those people in Waco, no recourse. And there's a certain demographic of America who is not socialized to accept that shit.
That's it.
There are other demographics in America who are told to accept that shit, just sitting down and not deploy the American way.
Right.
But eventually, folks are gonna get real American about shit.
Yeah.
See Nat Turner. So.
Yeah.
He then talks about the Columbine kids, and he talks about how the Columbine kids once calm and relaxed, not a trace of evil from their front to their backs, another set of soul fall from grace, it's one sign not hold a gun to your face. Now, that to me, obviously as a Christian, I don't believe that. The idea that they had not a trace of evil on them from their front to their back, so then how did they end up killing all the... I watched it. I actually had to see that video. I was in a training thing, and I actually had to watch the video. And it was... The problem that a lot of us had is it was like a game. They would yell, like every time somebody got hit, they would... And people... You know, obviously screaming for their lives, screaming for their parents, and these kids were yelling. They were laughing. And people were, I mean, it was a very, you know, obviously had to watch it, but it was a very, very bad video. So the idea that these are just like innocent people, this idea that people start off good or neutral, and then they only get bad because of society is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Listen, if all of this society said that mayonnaise was awesome and should be put on every sandwich, I would be the exception. Because I inherently hate the taste of mayonnaise, and that's not something I can control. I think now that we've got social media and the internet, it should be very clear that something is very, not like kind of wrong, something is extremely wrong with all of us. Something's wrong with all of us. And if you don't believe that you could be one of these people that goes crazy and then ends up, you know, massacring a group of people, listen, man, do you think that Timothy McVeigh, when he was signing in to protect his country against all enemies, foreign and domestic, if you would have pulled him aside and said, hey, you know, in a couple short years, you're gonna be responsible for the death of 168 Americans and 15 children, you think he would have believed you? Hell no! I love this country. Blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
There's a lesson there.
Yeah.
You know, that's that famous passage in the New Testament. Jesus says, one of you is going to betray me. Mm-hmm. And all of them say, is it me? Mm-hmm. Is it me? That's wisdom. That's saying, I am capable of all of that shit. So they go up to Jesus and say, is it me? Mm-hmm. Which is brilliant, because they're saying, you know me better than I know myself.
Yeah.
All I know about myself is my weakness and my susceptibility to doing treacherous, evil shit. Mm-hmm. You know something about me I don't know. So you tell me if I'm the traitor. That's important.
That's true, because basically they're saying the only reason I wouldn't be the traitor is if you gave me the grace to not be that traitor. So they're saying, did you give me the grace?
Correct.
Did you give me enough to not do that to you? Because otherwise I would?
Correct. So when you see the lesson in Timothy McVeigh and Dylan Klebold and Eric Harris, it's not, look how horrible these people are. The lesson is, holy shit. We are capable of some really terrible shit. Those kids were not space aliens, bro. They were just like us. When you mix in some entitlement and some other things and things like that, you get somebody like that. And, you know, the scripture ultimately talks about the mystery of iniquity, meaning sin itself as a concept is mysterious to us because it's so irrational. You're going to kill, it's like Dave Chappelle, kill everybody, nigga? Have you tried weed, nigga? Like, chill out. But, you know, that's one of the things that gets me is like when I'm watching this stuff is there's always the, what about you? What about you? And it keeps me grounded. And it's like,
bye, Matt.
We have all these like ways of justifying killing. And it's like, yeah, man, but so if your government sends you to blow up a building, you're a good person. But if you blow up a building unauthorized, you're a bad person. You say, well, you kill innocent people. We kill innocent people every day. See, this is the thing that gets me about Americans. Is like, all of us know. This is one of the reasons I know that we're all stained with original sin. All of us know that our country for 20 years has bombed the shit out of innocent people. 99.99% of us have never taken to the streets about that.
Right.
99.99% of us see a scroll in CNN says, you know, X amount of people dead, blah, 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 bodies, whatever, drone bomb, drone strike, whatever. We don't care. Can we admit it? Like, we don't care, man. We don't give a fuck about those people. We don't care about the people we murdered in Iraq and all the rest of that thing. That's because we're sinners, man, because we're comfortable over here. So fuck those people. We know what our government is doing, but we keep electing these people. And you know what? Your approval rating as a president has everything to do with the state of the American economy at the time. We don't care about listen, if we were not in a recession or a pre-recession or whatever we're in, if it wasn't like $50 million for eggs and shit, everybody'd be fine with buying. We're still doing operations in the Horn of Africa. I know that for a fact. We're still doing operations all around the world killing innocent people. You don't care. So how far away really are we from Timothy McVeigh conceptually? I mean, Americans would be like, they're like Anna Kasparian. You know, Anna was like, yeah, let all the people go. We don't need a police, blah, blah, blah. And then something happened to her. All of a sudden, she's like, whoa, wait a second. That's America. It's like, yeah, we're bombing the shit out of everybody. We're killing everybody. Oh, yeah. And then something happens to us, it's the end of the world. Nah, man. Nah, bro. We're ruthless people. We're ruthless people. And there's no difference between me and Timothy McVeigh. There's no difference. And if there's things about me that you can like, I promise you, I could talk to you for 5 minutes and show you a couple pictures. You won't think that way about me again. So all I'm saying is, when I look at a guy like Timothy McVeigh, I'm not going to go, look at this fucking racist piece of shit. Good for him. He's dead. Like, yeah, man, like, he had to go. But I'm not going to pretend that I'm better than that guy. And I think it's unwise to pretend that these people are like some sort of special, sort of like space alien. Nah, man, if you're an American, you got bloody hands, bro. I'm sorry. But if you're an American, you got bloody hands. And to Leah's point, they don't even mention it on CNN anymore. You know why they don't even mention it on CNN? Because CNN is out to make money. You watch what happens if Trump gets back into the ring, Leah. You watch what CNN does every 2 seconds. It's about making money. And what they know about us is that we're so desensitized to the death of people across other countries, they know it's not going to get viewership because Americans don't care. That's why they're not reporting on it. If they thought that they could get eyeballs on the screen on that, they'd be running it every day.
Gosh,
they know we don't care. That's why when Trump showed up, they were never complaining about Trump's foreign policy other than to say he's trying to be too peaceful with Vladimir Putin.
Yeah. Wow.
That's the only criticism of Trump's policy that came from the media. Was he was too nice. He wasn't stoking conflict between Ukraine and Russia.
Yeah.
He was holding back and giving these people weapons and shit. That was the criticism they had of his foreign policy. Not the fact that he, as soon as he got into office, he greenlighted a DevGru raid, which resulted in the death of a 6-year-old girl when her skull opened up and her sister saw her when they were all running. By the way, that was Anwar al-Awlaki's daughter. So we killed Awlaki, we killed Abdul Rahman, his son, and then we killed the girl, radiyallahu anha. So that's what Trump did. Literally the first thing he did was he authorized that thing. And then there was no criticism about that. The criticism was about him being nice to Vladimir Putin. So Leah's right. We don't give a fuck about none of these people. We don't care. We don't care.
Wow.
So... And you know, it's really important, like the word negotiation. Negotiation was used in this thing, and like this is like a metal song. It's kind of like a knuckle dragger song, but they were talking some hard truth here.
Yeah.
Because one of the techniques and the talents that we are missing in this world right now, and it's killing us, particularly in America, is our inability to fucking negotiate.
Yes. Yep.
It's absolutely incredible. I'm gonna try to find where he actually uses the word negotiate, because I was like, "Yo, that is the freaking problem right here," and I wish I could find it.
Well,
but negotiation.
Right here.
Yeah, right
All
there.
negotiation
Chaos
will
to make, a world to break. All negotiation will fail. Mentally ill, hidden among us to kill. Extremist geniuses driven by the will. So, like, negotiation is so important because it's like we got two sides and I want something and you want something, how are we going to find a way to meet in the middle?
Yeah.
Nope, everything is zero sum. It's got to be my way or nothing.
Yeah.
Okay, I get you. You got gender dysphoria. Okay, like how do we work with this? Because I got this girl here who's been sexually assaulted, is completely traumatized by males in the bathroom. But I understand you. You've been traumatized by gender dysphoria. You've been living in the wrong body your entire life, bro. Yo, that's legitimate. Gender dysphoria is legitimate. But the concern that I'm just going to use the term cis women, and I know a lot of you guys don't like that term. Forgive me. I'm being serious. Cis women have dealt with sexual assaults and all this shit their entire life, or the specter of sexual assault. Mm-hmm. We don't know what, especially if you're male to female, you don't know what it's like to be socialized as a man. We got to be careful. We got to be careful. We can't just dismiss you turf, you this, you. Whoa, chill.
Yeah.
Chill. Look at the rain stats. Women are getting sexually assaulted all over the place. And the same group of people that say women are always, the way these people sounds like women get sexually assaulted every 2 minutes. Mm-hmm. Then you go, okay, great. They're getting sexually assaulted every 2 minutes. So maybe it's a good idea to separate this by, no, you're turf, and there's no negotiation. Mm-hmm. Like, and when there's no negotiation, what ends up happening is, okay, well, now there has to be a winner and a loser. Well, now you're playing for everything. That's why a football season is so short and their games are so, it's one and done in the playoffs. Whereas with basketball, you can play like another 30 games.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because in football, the sport is so violent. And it's you only get one game. The Super Bowl is boiled down to one game. Whereas in the NBA, you got 7 shots at it if you get to the finals. And so because it's a zero-sum game where you either go home with a Super Bowl title that game, you're the top of the world, or you're nothing. The desperation is increased, and people do crazy shit.
Yeah.
So like every year, what's his face?
For the Olympics must be crazy too, because it's so many years before you get the opportunity to even try again.
Dude from the Seahawks, I was watching him on the Super Bowl, and he broke his he snapped his knee or something like that. And I was watching him on the sideline, and he was about to go off. And I read his lips. He's like, yeah, I heard it snap. He's like, I knew it was going to go. I heard it snap, blah, blah, blah. But, and he was smiling while he was talking about it. And he was telling the guy, he's like, yeah, I was hurt at the beginning, but I figured it could get me to the third quarter before it broke. So, whatever. And he was talking about it but that's the mentality you have when it's a winner-take-all situation and there's no negotiation. Yeah. You end up going to extremes. And that's what you're seeing in football. Okay, you put that in a political sphere. We're going to have no negotiation on a really sensitive topic. We're just going to go completely scorched earth. How do you think that's going to turn out? We've lost the ability to negotiate. Everything is about imposing our will on people and not having conversations, not talking, and not genuinely trying to listen to each other. Mm-hmm. I don't know how to solve, I do know how to solve the bathroom issue, which is very simple. You just tell everybody you need to have a trans bathroom. Problem solved. And you know what's crazy? A lot of my friends who are hardcore pro-trans, they're like, yeah, that's a good solution. But then when you go to the actual orthodoxy online, that's bad. And I've seen somebody, I saw some, I'm not going to mention any names. I saw somebody who on one forum was saying, yeah, just have a separate bathroom. And then the other forum say, yeah, man, these guys are blah, 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 blah. I'm like, well, you're the same person. We can't negotiate. She knows there's a negotiated way to settle that problem, but when she's around her folks, she can't do that because she knows what they're going to do to her if she says that.
Jeez.
So now I know where she's coming from. I'm obviously not going to out her. She's going to say this to this group of people. That reinforces their own confirmation bias because they're like, oh, look, she agrees with us too. Mm-hmm. But then she comes to our little forum and it's like, well, yeah, let's be reasonable. So these are the things that lead to all this extremism and people hating their own countrymen now, which to me as a person who is outside looking in is the worst thing ever. That I cannot tell you guys how much I hate seeing Americans hating each other, wanting to kill each other. That to me is it doesn't even make me angry. It's just sad, man. Yeah. It's just sad. It's just sad. I remember that last debate with Trump, and he told the people stand down and stand by. I'm like, yo, that's a bad play, bro. You should not have said that. And everybody's like, ha ha, Vin, you're being... And then a week later, the Rittenhouse thing happened. And I had said, I don't want to see Americans killing each other.
Yeah.
And then everybody, oh, you're a drama queen, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, Kyle Rittenhouse. And look, you know, I think that the Rittenhouse decision was a just decision. My point is, it's just a tragedy to see Americans killing each other in the street because we can't negotiate.
Yeah, jeez.
And then after Rittenhouse killed those two people, then a leftist guy went and shot up a couple, killed a right-wing guy. And then our president murdered that guy in his driveway.
Right.
And he said retribution has to happen.
Right. Yep.
And that's not an American sentiment.
No.
The American sentiment is he should stand trial. And if you're saying that he resisted and you guys killed him in his driveway, excellent. Where's the fucking body cam? We don't have it. Because our president, Mr. Trump at the time, said, well, you know, retaliation. I mean, it's got to be retribution. So Kyle Rittenhouse deserved his day in court, and I believe he did. And I believe the jury chose correctly. But this other guy on the left, he didn't deserve his day in court. They're just going to shoot him.
Wow.
But because the Trump people, oh, he's on our side, so they didn't care. They didn't care. They didn't care about the constitutionality. They didn't care about the implications. There was no demand from the body cam from the right. They didn't care.
Wow.
Because we're in a zero-sum game, man. We can't negotiate with nothing. We got to win. And that means,
but that makes
if that
us
means
all
I got to
less
gun
safe.
you down in the street, I'm going to do that shit, bro.
Wow.
That's where we are. That's where we are. Really, really good song. Really, 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 really good songs. Really good songs. Leah is one of the reasons that once in a while I'll still recommend people go to MA. She's got a real calming, rational spirit about her. I agree with about 90% of the stuff that she says. She's a real credit to her race. That's what they used to say to us back in the day. You're a credit to your race.
Oh
they
my
say.
gosh.
You're a credit to your race and your gender, whatever it is today, Leah. Much love to you. Okay. I went way too long over on that. I did not enjoy the song. I like the song. The lyrics today are extremely intelligent, thought-provoking lyrics today. Not to say that the other ones aren't, but they're extremely challenging. It really, you got to look yourself in the mirror, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to look yourself in the mirror. I'm Timothy McVeigh. I'm Dylan Klebold. I'm all those people. And you know, we need people like Sori and things like that that'll give people reasons not to be crazy. Because now I got shit. I got shit to lose. To me, they had nothing to lose. You didn't have any. You didn't. You know. So doesn't take, especially me. It would not take much. It would not take much from me. 9.8. Really, really, really good song. Really, really good song. 9.8.
I was very surprised with the way that the song started out, and then the guy's voice. I agree with you. I was like, oh yeah, I do like that style.
I do.
It had a sort of 80s sound to it, but at the same
punkish.
time, metal and punk. And,
Yeah.
I don't know. I liked it.
I like that kind of. I think BC said something about it too. Like I like that kind of Cookie Monster. That kind of. It just seems more
But
full
it
and
had
more
like
authentic.
a different. Yeah.
Yeah.
So 9.5 for me. 9.5.
Yeah, 9.8. It's Sorry, not Dylan and Eric. Good point, Ian. Sorry is Jezebel. But see, I help her with her Jezebelianism, and she helps me with my McVeighism. So that's why we have that's why God put us together, and inshallah, God will put you together with somebody that balances out your sinfulness, and then you can balance out their sinfulness, inshallah.
There you have it.
All right, guys. Really, really thought-provoking song, but the night is not over. That is true, Elle. The right did start cancel culture, and it was way before the Dixie Chicks. The right was out there trying to cancel Marilyn Manson everywhere he went. Like, literally. Like, they wanted to banish Marilyn Manson from fucking society and shit. It was insane. It was insane.
Yeah.
And the right
Actually,
was doing
I have to
the
say,
right was doing all that shit. It was Bill
first-
Maher would come on TV at 11 o'clock and say, what the fuck? We have free speech. Let it go.
My first few Marilyn Manson reactions, it was like internally what I was feeling was pretty crazy because I was like watching the thing that I had heard about for years that you should never see. and I was watching it on camera, so it's there for all posterity. All right, we'll be right back.
DJ Mike, you did a good one. Can you explain Jezebel? You know what I'm gonna do, Ian? Me and you are gonna sit down, and you can just sit and ask your questions, because you asked like a lot of really intricate questions, and I hate giving you like 2-minute answers. So when we're offline, text me, and we'll set up a time to hook up, and you can just throw them all at me. The Allah, God the Father, all that shit. Just throw it at me. We'll talk about it. That'll be a separate video. I'm not even gonna we're not gonna publish it. That's just a me and you discussion. So don't worry about that. So you can ask me anything. Okay. All right, guys.
We'll be right back.
We will be right back. I know
out.
it's been 2.5 hours. I'm sorry, but they're really good stuff. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go. You shall return. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get matched down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them. We are doing a sweet... Oh, can you get me some...
Yeah, what do you want? Orange juice?
No, pink juice. Double up.
Sure.
Jazakallahu khair. Hey, okay, let's do an Ask Me Anything. Okay, I'll do a quick answer to your question. I was confused because isn't Jezebel a stereotype for black women?
Black?
It might be a stereotype for black women. Jezebel is a figure. She's a historical figure. She's a Phoenician figure. Actually, there's a band that we're really interested in that actually wrote a song about Jezebel.
It's true.
But long story short, Jezebel
You
represents...
keep getting a little too into the singer, though.
I'm very into the singer. I am. I'm really into the singer.
So chill.
Jezebel represents toxic femininity. Well, we know about toxic masculinity. Jezebel is a reflection of toxic femininity in the scripture. And so... she's essentially what happens when females use certain powers that they have in order to get positions of power and things like that, and then ventilate all that fury onto other people. That's essentially Jezebel. But the thing about Jezebel is that the term has been bastardized so much to mean that anytime a woman does anything to stand up for herself, she's a Jezebel. So that's why I kind of ironically said that she was a Jezebel, because Christians will take that passage and if a woman disagrees. I mean, I don't even want to say disobey.
Wears yoga leggings. Like
wears yoga. Literally anything
she does that they disagree with, or
right, or if they're lusting after
that
her,
makes them feel like they can't.
They're lusting after her because she's wearing leggings, and instead of saying I'm a lustful person, they're gonna blame all these Jezebels walking to church with leggings.
It's that Jezebel in her leggings and her heels.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's not that you're a lecherous, lusty motherfucker who's feeding himself on porn for 8 hours a day, so you can't look at your sister in Christ as anything other than a sex object. That's not the problem. It's the Jezebels. So I was using it ironically. There is a legitimate sort of use of the term Jezebel. I think Hillary Clinton is probably one of the is a Jezebel of our time. Ruthless woman, murderous, not much of a conscience, but insanely brilliant.
Yeah,
Jezebel.
And she came to bat. Wasn't it Jezebel that came to bat for her husband with the field?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in that case,
there was Hillary. Hillary went to bat and she massacred people, paid people off all types of shit to protect. So I think Hillary is a legitimate example of Jezebelianism, but in the church it's just used really as a tool to oppress women and to keep women in their place, basically.
Yeah.
I have witnessed very few actual Jezebels in a church context. As a matter of fact, I really can't think of any that I've actually seen that were actual Jezebels in the church.
There was a sermon one time that was given, and when the pastor was talking about Jezebel, he pointed out the fact that she knew her husband really well. He was going through about, like, he wanted some field, and the guy wouldn't sell him the field or something because it had been in his family forever. So she's basically like, what is wrong with you? You're
the king of Israel.
You're the king of Israel. Let me just handle this. And so she goes and she handles it. She gets the field for him. But basically the pastor was saying, like, there's a lot that's negatively said about Jezebel, but there's some positive there. And people went after him. They were so angry that he gave any positive props to Jezebel. Like, she had to be all bad.
Yeah. No, there were good aspects to Jezebel. She cared about her husband. She loved him, and she knew him well enough to know that something's wrong with him.
Right. He wanted that cucumber field.
I mean, feel how you want to feel about it, but she deserves credit for that, in my opinion, anyway. Okay, guys. Next song is
Texas Hippie Coalition.
The Texas Hippie Coalition.
Don't Come Looking is the name of the song. That sounds like something from like the 70s or something. Let's check it out. This is from MOJO. He says Texas Hippie Coalition is a metal band that draws heavily from all other genres of music. Their music is heavy, but you can hear that there is a strong country music influence to their songwriting.
Oh my God.
7 or 8 years ago, I saw these guys play at a club in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Worcester, Mass.
Oh, no.
You were born here. How do you not know this stuff? Go ahead. Keep
for a crowd of about 15 people. Whoa.
Oh, that sounds like one of our shows.
They played as if they were playing for 1,500. They really made an impression on me. They really made an impression on me for that. All right, so let's check them out. Don't Come Looking. Heavy country influence.
Heavy country influence.
That's
Do not
right
come
up.
look. Was
That's
that middle?
right up. No,
is that middies?
No,
What
this
is that?
is MOJO.
All right, MOJO. Here we go. What is it called? Texas Hippie Coalition. Don't come looking. We'll be the judge of that. Send me the lyrics. Thank you. Go!
Left town in a stolen Corvette.
So this is like a story song.
Yeah, but that's how country songs usually were.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of them, all of my favorite ones were always stories. They were usually love stories. Relationship songs. Okay. I actually fell into the whole, like, mashing country and metal together, like, 2 years ago. And I was definitely a major fan. So I am definitely with this group. I am a little bit bummed out because obviously now there's a whole bunch of songs that I can't listen to.
Why?
Well, because we only listen to new songs because we're a reaction channel when we get when we get asked to react to them. So, but at least I have one from this band because we just listened to this one, so this one can go on my list. It's not like I'm going to go
What do you
open
mean you can't listen? What do you mean?
because
What about-
then.
Go ahead.
I mean, because if people want a reaction to another one, I can't give an honest, true new reaction.
Yeah, but I mean, how many country songs do we review? Go ahead.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, I liked this one, and the lyrics were repetitive, but I liked the idea of them. I would do that. I would be sad that you left, but if the cops came, I'd tell them, whatever.
What?
Well, he said, tell them whatever you want, but don't tell them I'm alive and I'm whatever. Basically, tell them I died. Tell them I in some jail in Mexico. All these different.
Tell
things.
them whatever.
Like,
Just
tell
you
them
didn't
whatever
see
the
me.
hell you want, but don't say you saw me.
That's like New York. Y'all
That's
ain't
what I
see
was
nothing.
thinking.
Y'all ain't
Yeah.
see shit. I ain't see nothing. We good.
Nobody saw anything. We was out of town.
Yeah, so that's like the outlaw motif, right? Like this is the guy who's like, you know, the shady character, weird background, blah blah blah, but like, you know he's a bad guy and the sheriff is looking for him and shit, but like he's, you know, like that's the idea. Like
Yeah.
that's what he's doing. Okay, I can rock with that.
I mean, it's just to me it's kind of like, you know, we talked about the song before where people going after that guy going after the government, but like in this one he's living life the way that he wants to without any regard to the laws that are set up in the land, you know. Left town in a stolen Corvette. That lawman, he ain't caught me yet. So even he calls the cop a lawman. Like, that cop is a lawman, and he doesn't want to live by the law, so he's just running reckless. Like, he leaves in that stolen Corvette.
So the whole thing about, like, my dog died and I became an alcoholic, like this right here where Leah's like, I didn't pay attention to the lyrics. It's about his dying dog in his pickup truck. So where did that come in? Like, how did you go from this to singing about your dog dying in your pickup truck?
There are some songs where people might say something about, you know, their dog, but that's like rare. It's not like most of the country songs that are singing about their dog. Like that doesn't really happen. But there might have been like one song where somebody said something about their dog or sang about their dog, and then that becomes all of them. There's a lot more songs about whiskey and sex and partying. You know, there's a lot more of those songs, you know, relationship songs, nostalgic memory songs, family member songs, like a brother's love for a brother, stuff like that, like real sentimental sort of.
I have a favorite country song, like of all time. It's in my top 5 of songs, period.
What?
You remember that?
I forgot this. Tell me.
Well, Uncle Sam put your name at the top of his list, and the Statue of Liberty started shaking her fist, and the eagle will fly.
Yeah,
and
I
it's
should have
gonna
known.
be hell when you hear Mother Freedom start ringing her bell, and you feel like the whole wide world is coming down on you. Do, 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 do. And that's brought to you courtesy of the red, white, and blue. Oh my God, I heard that shit in the cab. I was like, yeah. Fuck them Afghans. Fuck them. USA, bitch. What now, nigga? What?
So my cousin showed me that song.
I was on my shit, boy.
He was like, this is the best song. He starts playing it. Plus, he actually could sing pretty good country, like in a country voice. He was singing the song. I was like, this is the greatest moment ever. Like America first. Like that is right. I was feeling that one when I heard that song.
That song. Listen, if you want to trans from female to male, that song has got all the testosterone on the fucking planet. That man said, "You'll feel like the whole wide world is coming down on you." I was so happy. I was like, "Yeah, yeah." Fuck them innocent people in sandals and shit.
Oh no. That's
Yeah,
what you were saying.
Well,
It's so
yeah,
crazy.
he got over a song. Like, wait a second, this guy's not a. This guy's rather docile. He keeps begging me not to kill him. What's going on? I thought you were a big bad terrorist. What's going on?
Oh my God.
Let me see your card. Is your name really Malik? You're Malik. You're a Muslim. What's going on? Why are you afraid?
Oh no.
Yeah, they're scared to death. Yeah, man, that was my shit. That was my song, man. I don't care. Like, I love that song. I love that song. It's an all-time song for me. And I didn't even listen to that song a bunch, but I remembered those lyrics like...
Yeah, you brought it up a lot. I loved it because I love that one. I was like, okay, yes, we're doing something.
Gonna be boy, we lit up your world like the 4th of July.
July.
What? What? That was some gang shit. I was like, gang! No.
Plus,
I'm
there was no cursing
a
at that
Protestant.
time, so.
I'm a Protestant. I do love the Blessed Mother though.
He
She
does.
hates
Look,
the Blessed Mother.
That's such a lie. He just
She can't. Yeah, I got
The drama.
my mom's pendant right here.
the
Blessed Mother.
drama, the drama.
Maria.
I was going to bat for her. I was like, you can't say that about the Blessed Mother. You better make that right. I
Yeah.
did.
You
I went to
did.
bat for her. You weren't
Good.
even listening.
We'll put
Anyway,
a boot
so
in
yeah,
your
so
ass.
there's
It's
a
the
lot-
American
yeah, that
way.
was the line I was gonna just about to say. I
uh,
forgot. Yeah. But anyway, there was a lot of songs about stories and stuff like that. Like you just.
I like songs like that. Same with
so,
rap.
So do I. I was surprised
Yeah.
to see it in rap. Because
Yeah.
I thought it was just like making words rhyme, but not that there was a story.
That's the story when she just.
I knew
She's like, you're so smart. I can't believe you listen to rap. I was like, what the fuck did you just say? She's like, well, you're so smart and you're listening to rap. I'm like, oh my God.
Oh my God. There's so many things that Vinny had to overlook to marry your girl. It's a mountain. It's a mountain.
I
of
really
things.
like this song. This song is 9.2 for me.
9.8 for me. I liked it, and I also was like adding that in MOJO that they played their hearts out for 15 people. Mad respect for that.
Who's Toby Keith?
He's
Was he the one who was he the one that wrote that song Red, White, and Blue? Who wrote Courtesy of the Red, White, and Blue?
Is it Toby?
Yeah, man. That song is that song gets me really emotional. It's a really emotional song.
Yeah, Toby Keith. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's Toby Keith.
Yeah,
All right, what do you give
Angry
it?
American. I already gave it a 9.8.
You gave it 9.8. Toby Keith is trash. How dare you?
Put a boot in your ass.
We'll put a boot in your ass. It's the American way.
Yeah.
Oh man, I love that song. There's a lot of men dead.
Oh man. But that was when I heard that, I really believed that that was like good guys versus bad guys. I thought Americans were good, and I thought those people over there that wore their stuff like that, they're bad. And so if we go and we're gonna take them down, like we're doing the world a service. And on top of that, I also thought they were oppressing their own people over there. And so if you take them out, that those people would then be able to live in freedom.
Man, I didn't care about none of that shit.
Yeah, well.
I didn't care about none of that shit. I didn't give a fuck about anybody's freedom, none of that. All I cared about was...
Yeah, but you didn't think kids were going to get killed.
Yeah, I did. I knew that.
Did?
I didn't care. I didn't care.
Man, what did I have my head in the
I
fucking
saw my own countrymen jump from a fucking building
Yeah.
to a certain death.
Yeah.
Because they were trying to flee another death. I was completely out of it, dude. Like, I was insane. Like,
Yeah.
I didn't give a fuck. If
You know what?
somebody would have said, like, yo, if you guys go in there, everybody's gonna die. I'd be like, yep, we going. Like, I've never been that. I lived for like years, like almost out of body with how much rage I had to those people. Like it's impossible to even. My girlfriend was in New York at the time. I didn't know what was happening as far as like when the thing was gonna stop or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was just the fact that shit happened and there was nothing I could do. Like, I couldn't handle that shit. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of people. You know, anyway.
But you did handle it.
Yeah. But, I mean, I couldn't do anything for those people at the time.
Yeah. Yeah, so that was my question. Like, how did you make it through that time?
I don't know. A lot of that time was just a blur for me. I'm not gonna lie to you.
Wow. Okay.
I'm not gonna lie to you. And New York is a crazy thing. Like, people genuinely love each other in New York. It's just that the city is like, you have to be inside the city to understand how people are in the city. So, like, for example, I say all the time, like, the train is time bound. The train's not going to stop for you. And if you're late, if you miss a train, you got to wait another half an hour. So everybody's rushing, shoving, pushing, whatever. But as soon as you get on the train, the most gangster hardcore dude's got 4 guns on him will get up if a mom shows up with a baby. Or he'll be sparking up his weed, but he'll see a woman and be like, yo, yeah, my bad. You know what I'm saying? Like, so there's a certain, like, love that New Yorkers actually have for each other. And this dude, like, went and attacked my city, bro. Like, I was completely propagandized, completely and totally. I had no chance whatsoever.
I bet you also, like, if I watch a movie and the movie is stationed in New York and there's something crazy happening in New York, or I see a movie that's like in a cabin in the woods. The cabin in the woods situation, I was in more of those situations than I ever was in the New York situation. So obviously, like, when I see that played out, I'm going to feel differently about it. So I bet, like, when you saw 9/11, you experienced it differently because you lived in those buildings. You walked in those streets. Like, I didn't. I had never seen New York except for through pictures. And now I was seeing people jumping out of the buildings. Like, it must have been even more traumatizing for you because it was like, for me, it would be like people, you know, something that made sense to the environment that I'm in. Just like when the white people all of a sudden started caring about, like, people getting killed when it was the Ukrainians because they looked like them.
Yeah.
Like, that's a horrible thing, but that is how human beings are. Like, when you can relate to something.
Well,
the way that you related to those buildings must have been way more traumatic than it was how I was relating to them.
You're 100% right. And I
didn't think about that till this moment. I thought we kind of all experienced it the same.
I was a particularly plugged in kid. Like, as soon as I heard about the second plane, I immediately said Bin Laden because I knew who he was. I was on that shit.
Yeah.
So when you said that, like, that's true because I had seen in Israel and Africa and all these other places get bombed. I'm like, yeah, that's fucked up. But I just went on with my day. I didn't care about them people. And then as soon as it happened to me, like, the whole world has to stop, and like hundreds of thousands of people need to die.
Yeah.
Because it happened to my folks. So
but that's how we all are.
That's what I'm saying. Like,
but if we know that about ourselves, then we can take care of that. Oh, okay, we're predisposed to caring more for our own people and not caring for whole groups. Okay, so who are these people that we are not caring about?
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. Yeah. We got one more song, dear listeners. Shout out to the country. Whoever chose that song.
MOJO. Shout out to MOJO.
Shout out to MOJO because there's another band. I forgot the name of the band, but you like them too. They sound country. We did it in year 1. I forgot the name of the band, but you really love them. I forgot who it was.
I regret not keeping a list.
Yeah, there was
because I always think I'm going to remember.
There was a country type band. They were really good too, but they were like metal.
Who it was.
But it was like very, very country. I will give a free shirt to anybody who can recall that band. They were like a country band.
Yeah.
They're like a country band, but they were metal. I forgot the name of the band.
And you don't remember anything about them?
It wasn't Five Finger Death Punch.
You don't remember anything about them, like what the song was about or anything?
I was in Maine when 9/11 happened, Amy, so I didn't go to Union Square. No, I think it's a one-name band. I forgot the name of the band. I would recognize it if I knew. It wasn't Primus. It was some like country. It was a country kind of band. No, it wasn't Hell Yeah. Good guess. It wasn't Hell Yeah. They weren't as big as Hell Yeah. I forgot the name of the band.
Damn, I wish you could remember.
Yeah, you really liked them. You really, really liked them. But they were like country, but it was metal, and it was really, really good. Okay, we shall return. We'll be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. I'm doing a quick ask me. It was not Volbeat. It wasn't Man of War. They were a modern band. It was none of the bands that anybody mentioned, but it was damn. I wish I would have remembered the band. It's a one name. It's a single name band. They've only got one name, but they're really really good. But I forgot the name of the band. Ugh. That policy we have of not listening to any songs, even if we like the band, because we want the thing to be fresh. Like, I love it because it keeps us fresh after all these years. But at the same time, like, sometimes it sucks because I'm like, freaking.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes I'm like, nobody's gonna ask for this song, and then I go to click and I'm like, they might.
Somebody's gonna ask for it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like you know.
Yeah.
But that's how it stays like fresh for us, and how it's not boring after we've done it for we've listened to like 3,000 songs, like literally almost. So like, you know what I'm saying? Wasn't Warrant, wasn't Mayhem. I honestly have I completely forgot the name of the band. It's a one-name band, and I just can't figure it out. My short-term memory is screwed. Okay, read the.
All right,
for this thing.
Insomnium. Lillian is what's up next. This is from DJ Kevin. He says Insomnium were founded in 1997 in
DJ
Finland.
Kevin.
Yep.
I'm not familiar with DJ Kevin. What's up, DJ Kevin?
Oh yeah. He's new to the lineup.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so he says Insomnium were founded in 1997 in Finland, often defined as a melodic death metal band. This song is taken from Anno 1696, their 9th studio album.
What's it
released on
Anno? Okay, so year 1696.
Released on the 24 February 2023. Oh, it just came out.
Okay, good.
So this just came out off of their album that means the year of 1696.
You know, like Anno Domini, with the
Yeah.
Year of Our Lord.
Yeah,
I'm assuming the entire record is a concept record about what happened in 1696. Wouldn't surprise me.
What happened?
Well, because they named the
Oh
record.
yeah, I know. But do you know anything that happened specifically in?
I have no idea what happened in 1696.
I mean,
know what happened.
You know so much shit. Sometimes it's like.
It's so frustrating.
I just sent that.
She always goes, ah! And I'm like, how would I know that?
Yeah, but we just did this last night, and but you knew the answer, and I was like, and that's why. That's why I asked, because you know so much.
One weird thing.
See?
That happens like once in a while where I'll know what you're talking about.
You know a lot of stuff. You're like, actually. No, you don't actually.
That's so funny. You know like a lot of stuff, man. You know a lot of stuff.
I sound like a Trumper.
That's a Trump? I thought that was like Trump. More like a hippie. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, but...
Come on, man.
Yeah, man. All right, I just sent you the lyrics.
Yeah,
so...
I'm trying to download this thing because some reason I missed it on my download section.
Yeah, okay.
So I need you to
All
make
right,
some
Kevin,
small talk.
I am good. I'm coming up in the comment section. Post your questions, please. Give me something to talk about.
You always do this.
Let's
So
see.
funny. You always do this.
I did not see any video that you sent via Twitter messages, Kai.
This thing still won't download.
Good night,
What the fuck?
Mojo.
Mojo's gone. Later, Mojo. Love you, buddy.
Yeah, people are getting tired. We're talking too much.
I know. I'm sorry, guys. You're talking too much. We are. All right, here we go.
let's see,
Insomnium. Here we go. Here's the song. Sorry, guys, for all the
Stained?
talking.
Is it Stained?
Lillian. Insomnium.
No,
Lillian?
the song that you were trying to figure out.
No, it wasn't Stained.
It wasn't Stained. Okay.
No. Like I said, free shirt for anybody. All right,
Okay,
here we
Amy,
go.
I'll check it out.
Insomnium, Lillian, let's go. Whoa, wasn't expecting that. What's up? Woo! You get those, you can sing those lyrics?
really liked this one.
I figured you would.
How? Well, because it's a relationship song.
What do you think the song was about?
I believe. Well, you know what? To be honest with you, the beginning, I'm not really sure what was happening at the beginning. But I mean, it's weird because I started changing it into being like Adam with Eve. So I don't. I gotta go back to see what. Well, just because when he says like I stray into the dusk, I'm lost in her eyes. There I stand without the words. Bewitching eyes are staring, piercing right through me, deep in my wishes, deep into my soul. Like it kind of seemed like an Adam and Eve sort of moment in that regard.
Okay.
Because he seems so bewitched by her. When you hear Adam and Eve and their experience with God bringing Eve to Adam, and then how it's like the first poem comes out and like that experience, it just kind of was there. But I forgot what the beginning of the song. Maiden at the lake shore, sunlight's dance on waves, lilies and heather's sweet scent in the air, and her hair is auburn like the bark on pine. In the wind it flutters, blazing in summer breeze. I dare not even raise my voice, I dare not even move or breathe. I see a bare white shoulder, a dark mark on her back, shaped like a moth's wing, sign of the nightly paths. I drift in twilight, I stray into the dusk, I am lost in her eyes, I drift in the twilight. Yeah, okay. So what is going on here?
I mean,
because it sounds like it's like a woman that he's with, but then he's talking about like what is this, the dark mark that's on her back that's shaped like a moth's wing? That's a sign of nightly paths.
I assumed that the dark mark on her back was some sort of bruise because she was a lady of the night, as they say. That's what I assumed was happening.
That's what you thought that's about?
That he's in love with this girl that's in a bad situation.
But for some reason, Lillian made me think of like, that's Lilith, like that demonic character.
Yeah, it made me think of Lilith too. I actually thought it is
and
literally
Maiden at the lake shore kind of sounds like she could be a ghost.
Until now that I see it as Lillian, I always read it as Lilith. I thought it was Lilith the whole time. Maiden at the lake shore, sunlight dancing on waves, lilies and heather, sweet scent in the air, and her hair is all. Yeah, he's in love with this girl.
Yeah.
But she's got. I dare not even raise my voice. I dare not even move or breathe. I've been in situations like that with you, though. Remember that time we were on that rock?
Yeah.
And we were overlooking that thing? That was like such a cool moment, man. It's one of those moments.
Well, I wonder if we're thinking about the same moment.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we were. Because I was telling you to breathe and all that shit.
Yeah.
So
yes.
It's not literal. I'm just saying, like, it's like, I understood that we were in a moment. Like, a lot of times,
so did I.
Couples or whatever, you don't realize you're in a moment till you look back and like, damn, we had a moment. But, like, it's very rare that, like, you can know that you had a moment in the moment as it's happening. I knew I was like, this is like one of those all-time like greatest experiences ever. Like I knew it was happening when it was happening.
Yeah.
And it was just us being in nature and looking at the ocean and the rocks and all that shit. That's all it was. But it was just a cool.
Well, it was like reaching for another human being and experiencing what we were seeing together. It was like, it was, yeah, you know what I mean? So there was like something about like the connection between the two of us, and then us looking out it and like just experiencing everything, like the smells and everything, like just the moment.
Yeah, like standing on the rock. It was just,
we were up high and
it was dark. It was just such it was such a cool vibe. It was such a cool vibe.
Yeah.
Like, I tell people, man, have kids early. No, it was not Audio Slave. I love all you beautiful people coming up with.
I know. I wish you guys could be able to remember it.
I'll find the name of the band. It'll be in my mind until I figure it out. But okay, I knew Kai was going to save us. The album is based on a novel that takes place in 1696 through 97. There was a famine there, and another inspiration was the witch trials where 70 women were executed.
Oh, God.
So, nope, not Nickelback. It wasn't, it's not a big band. It's like a middle grade band.
Vin's trying to figure out a country song.
There's a country metal band that we reviewed. We reviewed 2 of their songs. She was in love with them.
But apparently not.
And then right after that, we started Patreon and the alliances, and that was the
It
end of
just
those.
everything just blew everything up.
Yeah, so you've got the famine, and then there's a witch trial where 70 women are executed. So this is one of those situations where you're seeing people dying all around you, and now you found your girl, and you know there's the specter of that, and then the dying of starvation type of situation.
Yeah.
What about the dark mark on her back? The sign of nightly paths. I took that as she was a sex worker, and you know sex workers get beat up and abused and all the rest of it. So I'm assuming that that's what happened. But do you have any not job for a cowboy? Good question. Jesus, 70 women was about 1/5 of the region's entire female population at the time.
Oh my gosh.
Subhanallah.
Oh, that's so horrible.
Subhanallah. Right. So like. The odds that you could fall in love with a girl and you guys were going to live happily ever after are extremely low. But there is a sense in which I will say, like, I thrive the best when I'm in, like, when there's, like, duress, when there's, like, some stressor, and, like, it's me and you, we're like, fuck everybody, fuck everything. Like, that's when I'm, like, content and happy. Mm-hmm. Like,
I noticed that.
Yeah. Like, because I think a lot of it is like my own socialization when I grew up, because like literally like the first day I came to this country, the next day my stepmom and my dad and my stepdad and my mom were arguing. Like that was my introduction to their relationship, like literally the next day. Like God bless them both, but I mean it was this absolute fucking just absolute chaos. There was always a crisis and we always had to move. So I probably developed that like you know, desire or like thriving in that shit because I had to. Like, we'd be in a different state. We'd wake up in a different state and we'd be just chilling for a couple days. And my mom would be like, all right, guys, time to go to school. And so she would drop us off from school. We'd be like the new kids in school and shit. And just be like,
I would have been so stressed.
Who are you
people? That makes me so
like,
stressed just thinking about it now. Wow.
It happened so many times. So, and I was doing a lot of, you know, we went through a lot of that shit alone as kids, obviously. So, like, me and you got together. It was, like, really the first time in my life when I had a like, girl, like, beside me that was, like, just as about it as my dude friends were. Mm-hmm. And obviously, you know, the situations were vastly different. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I got a call and I had to go on a trip and everything, come back and whatever, like... The stressors are completely and totally different. Like, but I remember one time distinctly driving home. Don't ask me. I'm not going to tell you. But I remember one specific night driving home, and I'm like, Sori could absolutely be on that team. I would absolutely trust her with my life. Like, she's a real live gangster. I remember that drive, and I was like, it was just one of those things. I looked at myself in my little mirror, and I nodded. I'm like, yeah. She's on that shit. So, this guy, he's got a girl that he's really in love with. But, man, the surrounding context of what was going on, it kind of makes you... I would like to see, like... There's a movie called Love in the Time of Cholera.
Cholera?
Cholera. It's like
okay,
one of these plagues or whatever.
Yeah.
I would like to see the literature about... you know, love and lovers and such during periods like the Black Plague or even cholera or whatever.
Oh, what an interesting study. Yeah.
And I would like to compare it to people who are living in relatively peaceful times because to me, I would assume the urgency
cool
of finding someone, not wasting time. Like, I'm sure, like, if we're in a context where people are dropping like flies, 1/5 of the female population is dying, we're not going to argue over Fortnite or some dumb shit. We're not gonna waste any time. We're not gonna waste any time because you could, you could die of whatever, or all of us could die because people are gonna try to burn you at the stake. You know how that's gonna go.
Yeah.
Okay, we all gonna meet Allah today. So like, that's what it made me think about. Like, yo, especially after Kai gave us that extra information, I'm like, yo, like how urgent and crazy would you be about the relation? Like, we're already crazy about it now. Like, obviously, like, I don't know, probably not healthy. Like, we're literally around each other 24/7. We work together, literally do everything together. Like, whatever. But I'm not gonna. It's never gonna change. You know what I'm saying? Like, because it just so happened that we ended up in the time and place where we can do that. Right. But like,
we have a lot of reasons we can justify it.
Yeah, like, but it does kind of put things in perspective, though. Like, it's interesting because I thought to myself, well, I mean, there are a lot of situations in which you could have been gone tomorrow and that didn't change your behavior, relationship-wise. But then I say to myself, yeah, but that's me dying, though. If I thought that you could die, like at any moment, then yeah, obviously things would be done differently. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, but yeah, I would love to compare like how people wrote about love and things of that nature.
That so interesting.
You know.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen Atonement? No. Nope. Wasn't Kansas. Have you ever seen Atonement? No, but I'm gonna put Atonement on my list. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Was it that band that like the guy did a song about his daughter?
No.
And
I know who you're talking about. No, that's not them. Okay. And then he said in an interview that you had affected him and made him want to write another album. No, that was pretty sure that was November's Doom.
Right.
That was pretty badass. I was so proud when I was like, fucking right. Fucking right. Yeah, I don't know. See, it was November's Doom. I caught it. Where do you get the song? This is a 9.6 for me. I love that European melodic death metal. I think like I wish I would love hint a night of European death metal. Like, that's how much I believe in it. What is that? In Flames? I think In Flames counts as a melodic European death. Like, I love melodic European death metal. I would love to hear like an entire night of that. So it's going to be very high for me. Very high score.
He says, "I stray in the dusk, I'm lost in her eyes. I drift in the twilight. I stay in the dusk, I'm lost in her eyes." Do you think this is her ghost? Like,
it's very possible.
Because he says
he prefers the dark to the light.
There I stand without the words. Bewitching eyes are staring, piercing right through me, deep into my wishes and deep into my soul.
Well, shit, Elle. I don't know if I want to watch that now, but it sounds so intriguing.
Unless a dark mark on her back meant that, like, that somehow that shows how she died. Sign of Nightly Paths. Like, if it was like the witch trials type thing, if that has something to do with...
Yeah, that's true, because she had some birthmark, something we can't explain, so here come the superstitious religious people. So let's set her on fire because she's got some weird birthmark.
And that's the sign of the Nightly Paths, or because she has that birthmark, she's been doing this or that thing, and maybe that's what it is.
You know, Muhammad had a growth in between his shoulder blades. It was like a hairy growth, and that was a sign of prophethood.
Of course it was.
So, like, it's very, very interesting. Like, you have these, like, little markers or whatever. Could the black mark be the sign of the plague? That is possible. I don't know enough about the context to know. Kai, can you help us out? Were we dealing with... Isn't there another band that the whole band is, like, one date? I think we just did it. Remember there's a band, it was Pony's, Jake's favorite band. I think they were called 16... Wasn't it 1619 was the name of the band? So I'm pretty sure they were dealing with a little... It's not Cedar, Revo. I'm sure they were dealing with a little bit of plague or sanitation issues, whatever. I'm not sure. So what was plague part of it? We're trying to do some detective work. Was plague part of it? Because the black mark... I like your theory better, though, because it says shaped like a moth, so maybe,
A moth's wing, sign of the nightly paths, I drift in the twilight. The other thing, too, is maiden at the lake shore, sunlights dance on the waves, lilies and heather's sweet scent in the air, and her hair is auburn. I dare not even raise my voice. I dare not even move or breathe. Like, to me, that even more is like he's talking to a ghost of her. Because Like, if she was really there, like, that's what makes me think it's a ghost, is, like, if all of a sudden, like, somebody died, and then they're there, like, and you don't want to move or breathe, because you're just, like, you're seeing this vision of them at this point, and then he doesn't even want to raise his voice or breathe, and then he sees a bare white shoulder, a mark on her back, like the moth's wing, and then that kind of lets him know, like, what happened.
Yeah. It could be ghostly, but it could also be... I've been in situations like that with you. I don't think... It's so hard to explain, but to me, there have been a couple situations where, like, the moment is so perfect that I feel like if I move or do anything, it's gonna go away. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you've expressed that.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, I just want to, like... It's hard, like, you know when you're a kid and, like, it's way past your bedtime, but you're watching a show and your parents are, like, looking at the clock and they're looking at you, and it's like, well, he's not bothering anybody. I would just sit there like this because I didn't want to do anything to fuck that up. It was like that. It was like, yo, that night, I was like, yo, let's just stay quiet, blah, 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 when we were on the rock and all that. Like, that was obviously one of those moments, and I just wanted to, like, I knew it was not going to last forever. I knew it was a fleeting moment. I said to myself, I am going to fucking...
Stretch the hell out of it.
I'm
like
going to absorb all the juice out of this fruit in this moment. Because I know that they're few and far between. Yeah. So he comes out of the woods or whatever, hunting or whatever, and boom, there's Shorty right there. And she's in all of her fucking feminine glory. That's the thing about you guys. It's weird because it's like, there'll be times when, like, you're in the Mickey Mouse pants or whatever, and, like, you're coming you're coming from the shower or whatever, and you don't know what you're just going, and I'm like, oh my god, like, it catches you sometimes. You're like, fuck, but it's not like the energy. It's not sexual energy. I don't think obviously there's nothing wrong with sexual energy, but it's just it's like you go there and you look at the Mona Lisa. You're not going to be like, yo, I'm going to take a selfie with the Mona Lisa. It's like, you're fucking up the moment, bro. Like, what are you doing?
I bet bunches of people have done that.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure everybody else is sitting like, look at this fucking plebe over here taking a fucking troglodyte, taking a picture, a selfie with the Mona Lisa. Like, you're laughing. It's like, that's what I'm saying. It's ridiculous. It's like, we're in a holy moment here. This woman, like, what are you doing? You see what I'm saying? And now you got a real life situation. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got a real life Mona Lisa, like, fucking 2 inches away from your face, bro. You better just fucking recognize that moment. That shit's not gonna happen again. Not like that. So I think when I heard that, I was like, oh yeah, that's what that is. And I don't think there are things about being a woman relative to a man that I'll never understand. You guys will never understand this. Because we're not like that. Yeah, we're not the pinnacle of creation. You guys are the pinnacle of creation. Mm-hmm. Like, I don't have, like, flowing locks and shit. Like that guy on the mole. That blonde dude. Like, he was fucking beautiful. I was like, subhanAllah, look at the guy's hair. Oh, my God. Like, it's just objectively a beautiful guy. I don't care what anybody says. Like, his hair was all blonde and shit. You could tell he did a lot of work on his hair, bro. Like, dude's beautiful. But still, it's not the same. You guys are just... And especially when it's your girl, oh my God, that moment. I'll tell you, I wasn't gonna tell you this, but that moment, like when I'm dying, like that's gonna be like one of my. I'm gonna try to be present as much as possible, but that moment, man, like when I'm dying, like that's it. I'm on the rock, and then I'm going to see Jesus. Period, and I'm good. So, you don't know what that's like, because you got, you know what I'm saying. Like, but it's that's what hit me in the song. But the urgency, that Kai put on top of it is like, fuck, man. And it kind of makes me like, it's inspiring. Like, fuck, dude. Like, I don't know. We'll talk about that offline. Okay, what do you get the song?
I really liked it. I did think it was missing female vocals, big time. Big time. And it was so easy to, like, hear where those vocals should be and what should be done with them. Like,
no, Revo.
I felt it was missing. Like, that's how obvious it was to me that it needed to be there. So I'm going to have to give it an 8.7. But no, I liked the song a lot.
Yeah, the female vocals would have probably really pushed it to like a 10.5 for me.
That would have just been crazy.
But lyrically, I'm so blown away by the lyrics and things like that. I'm going to give this a 9.5. 9.5, dear listener. I'm looking at all these old reactions. I'm completely stumped on the country metal band. So am I.
Archero, I very much appreciate you trying to find it.
See, my husband had a moment like that right before I jumped off a cliff. He says I look like something not real. That's what I'm saying. There are certain moments when God just says, hey, come here. Caveman, come here. Let me show you something. Look. And it's like, bro! That's what happened. That's what happened to your husband. That's what happened to me. It happens. It is what it is. And that's what happened to that guy. I think like the true beauty of like what we're around, particularly with you guys, like God shields us from it because like you wouldn't be able to work or do anything. We'd just be sitting there staring at you guys all day. So I think I really believe this. It's just like the fear of death. Like God doesn't let us think about death a lot because we would never function. And it's like that. Like there's times when he like veils the true glory of the woman, but then there are times when he goes, come here. And you go, fuck, this is what I have. Yeah, dude, yeah.
Oh
me?
gosh.
Yeah, dude, yeah,
Oh,
that's
babe.
yours, man. Okay, all right. I've known a lot of dudes. I know you think I'm romantic. Well, no, you don't.
Stop that.
Well, you don't.
Babe.
You don't. But that's okay.
That's untrue.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm going to progress to the point where I'll, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have a problem with it. Like, I'm growing in it. Like, that's okay. But, like, yeah, it's a thing, man. It's absolutely a thing. 9.5. Would you give it?
I can't remember. I had given it like I think I gave it a lower score, but I'm gonna switch it. I'm gonna switch it to an 9.3. But it would have put it up a lot higher if it had the female vocals. But I did really like it. So
it was before a Legion, Archero. I know it was that. He jumped out off the cliff after me, then yelled at me for an hour. But in that moment, he said I was something else. There it is. There it is.
And then he yelled at her.
That's exactly what I'd have done too. But inside, I've been like, my girl's a badass. What's your corny girl doing? Picking roses at the top of the cliff?
Oh my gosh.
Mine stared death in the face and plunged into the deep.
God.
We got one more song for you, dear listener.
We'll be right back.
We shall return. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed.
Okay, Potato
Obviously,
Man, we
we
see you.
can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a
guarantee
positive
you
review.
A positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/BenandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them to buy our merch. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We've got one more song for you beautiful people. I'm pretty sure this song was suggested to us by my big bro. This is whose selection is this? This is Chicago is the name of the band. The name of the song is Bullet for a Girl in Buchanan.
Oh,
This is
Middle. Of course.
Middle Earth selection.
Middle says he likes the composition of the ballad, recorded in 1969 and released in 1970. At 13 minutes and with 7 movements, it is also commonly referred to as Make Me Smile. That's cute. Lyrically, it is a simple and sweet attempt by Jimmy Trombone and written in an effort to get his ex-fiancee back at a time when she was attending college in
Buchanan.
Musically, it displays the enormous talent of the band. Unfortunately, it did not work. Here is the muse. Oh.
That's the girl?
Yeah. That's the girl he was trying to get back. It didn't work. Oh.
I mean, she all right.
Well, you loved her.
Yeah.
He made this whole ballad for her.
I'm with it. All right, guys, here we go. Ballad for a girl in Buchanan.
Song and what? She didn't think it was romantic. What is wrong with this woman?
Yeah, I know. You can write a girl a song, they'll forget it the next day. What can you do? What can you do, dear listener? Write another song, get it ignored. All right, guys, here we go. Ballet. It says ballet, but that's not right? It's ballad. Not
I
ballet.
thought it was.
Is it ballet?
I switched it myself.
Oh, okay. It's ballad. It could be ballet because this thing says ballet. I don't know. He will correct me. Can we see who the girl was? Yes, I'll put the girl on my side. Soraya will put the thing on there, and we'll be able to see the girl, so you guys can check out Shorty. All right, here we go, guys. Ballad for a girl in Buchanan. The band's name is Chicago. Let's do it. Pull the lyrics up on it. You're right, it's ballet.
Well, this next thing we're gonna do is was written by Jimmy Trombone. Jimmy Trombone. It's the real name is Ballet from a Girl in Buchanan, but most people I guess know it by Make Me Smile.
Give Sorry the W. Sorry, the body was better than hers too.
Children play in the park, they don't know I'm alone in the dark, even though time and time again I see your face smiling inside. I'm so happy, that you love me. Oh, life is lovely. When you're near me, tell me you will stay, make me smile. Living life is just a game, so they say. All the games we used to play fade away. Now we may enjoy the dreams we shared so long ago. Oh, my darling, got to have you. Oh, feel the magic when I hold you. cry sweet tears of joy, touch the sky. you mean to me. And now that you're here, promise your love that I've waited to share. In dreams of our moments together, color my world with hopes of loving you.
This got canceled.
Let's just finish it though. Let's just finish it. Because we're on Twitter. We're on Twitter.
If we keep playing it while they put that thing in there, they're gonna strike us.
Okay.
So
Well, we got to the end of that. It went to the end of this, so it almost seemed like
yeah, we went close to the lyrics. Do me a favor and go to our live
yeah,
and
I'm right here.
type 22 when you guys can see us. Can they still hear us?
It looks like it. Like all of a sudden,
They
just
can
like
hear
it
us, but they
jumped.
can't. Oh, it looks like we're live. Are we live again?
It looks like it. 22. Kai just said 22.
Did you guys? It did shut it down for a second though. Am I right or am I making that up? Okay. You can see us too, right, Archero? Okay, they see and hear us. Fuck. We were really close to the end of that song. We had like 36 seconds left, was it? So we didn't prep you guys for this because this usually doesn't happen, but
We got to the end of all the lyrics.
Okay, so you guys know we generally don't get any money from ad revenue because if you play the song from start to finish, like you know with other reaction channels where like they'll stop it every 20 seconds. No disrespect to them, go check them out. Really, really good reaction channels out there. We were not smart. They were doing that to avoid the copyright, right? So
Yeah.
like, we didn't know why they were doing it. I'm like, why are these guys? But like, we started getting the emails from YouTube. They were like, the record label's taking your cut of the ad revenue. Congratulations, basically. That's how the whole Patreon thing started. We don't care about that because our model doesn't include ad revenue, so we don't care about that. So they can take all the ad revenue they want. The problem is if you keep playing it, sometimes they will give a strike to your account. And if they strike your account, you get 3 of those in a 90 to 6 month period. 90-day to 6 month period, they will kill your channel.
Right.
Like, over.
So we had like 30 seconds left. So Vin was like, let's just stop it right here. So we didn't end up with the strike and then shut down the channel. for
Yeah,
a
the
while,
other thing
so.
that happens is they shut down your channel for the day or the night. So you guys, we would just go offline. You never see us again. So, I mean, until tomorrow, obviously.
Oh,
well,
really? I
actually,
thought it does a
no. If
week.
we got a strike, we'd have a week. Sorry,
Yeah.
we'd have a week. That I forgot the name
And
of the band.
possibly even 2 weeks, depending on where we are strike-wise, still on our channel. So.
Yeah. So that's why. That's why that happened. Okay. So we got the general gist. So this is a girl.
Yeah,
he was.
we got
he
the
was,
whole thing.
He was.
Celeste.
He was singing for.
Man.
But she had other plans. It's funny because
Yeah.
like, what was it? Little bro was saying like, look at all that he poured his heart out for that
Yeah.
broad, and look how
Yeah.
she treated him.
Yeah.
That's how it goes. Here's the thing about like being an artist. Like, it's impossible to lose a fight with your significant other when you're the artist, because you're putting this shit out there, and the court of public opinion is always going to be on your side generally, because it's like, damn, this dude poured his heart out to her, like, what the fuck? But like, we don't know what was going on. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, we don't know what's going on between them and what he did or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for me, like, when I hear this, like, he was really putting it out there. He's being extremely vulnerable. And the fact that she didn't come back, like, I think that most women are inclined to listen to a man's vulnerabilities, because most men don't want to put that out there. So I think the fact that he was willing to be this vulnerable and she still didn't come back means that there was probably... What?
It was Clutch! That's the name of the band! Oh! Damn it, Revo! Thank you! I told you it was a one-word band. I'm going to show you this. I'm going to show you the review. You love that band. Revo, you get a free shirt.
Okay, Revo.
Oh, it's bothering me so much.
Address.
It was bothering me so much. Praise God for Revo. I was going to go through the 3,000 videos that we post. Like, we're coming on 3,000 videos.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Nobody puts out the output that Video Story does. Nobody! And Neil goes, it was Ghost. No, it was Clutch. You love that band.
Oh, I'm going to have to go. I'm definitely going back.
You love that band.
I am definitely going back and checking that out.
Do me a favor and give me those lyrics. See the lyrics come over here yet? Did you?
Oh, I thought okay, let me send them.
Okay, so he's in love with this girl.
It's so crazy because I would have thought that, like, the phrase... Hold on. The song Ghost by Clutch. Okay, so Clutch had a song named Ghost. That was the song. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Okay. It started out a little bit creepy, I'm not going to lie. Children
it sounded a little stalker.
They don't know. I'm alone in the dark. Even though I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, he's like
time and time again.
He's in the dark in the woods, like looking at this, stalking this broad, looking for her. But wasn't she an educator? Didn't they say she was a teacher in that picture?
Yeah, she was an educator.
It says education. So he probably I don't know. She was probably like playing with the kids at recess.
Well, she was attending a college, and he was trying to get her back. She was going to college.
But why did she leave in the first place?
Right. That was the thing.
That's what I need to know. I need to know why she left, because we're all in here like dipping into the tea. We don't know the flavor necessarily.
Yeah, we need to know the flavor before we can give our opinion.
We don't know the flavor of this tea.
Whether or not, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like, it's kind of sad that we have this, like, the trope of the stalker, like the evil stalker who's just sitting back and watching, like... Is it I'm literally asking you, like, as a woman, and maybe culturally speaking, we've probably crossed the line, but, like, is there any sense in which a guy can, watch a girl for that extended period of time without it being creepy? Is there any sense in which, because to me, like, the time period that this guy's in, I don't believe that he writes lyrics like this in 2023.
No, I don't
Children
think
at the
so
park,
either.
they don't know that I'm alone in the dark, even though time and time again I see your face in the silence. I'm so happy that you love me. Like, that's my problem. Like, there is a real innocence and naivete about the way he's talking about the love that he has.
Yeah.
That would get completely destroyed and corrupted in 2023 because, and it's really unfortunate. Like, collectively, our minds have been perverted by just the avalanche of perversion and stalkerism and all the rest of it. Like, whatever happened to,
and specifically toward children,
and women.
Yeah,
it's like is it? But it's like, is there any room for a guy who's just like completely struck with the beauty or the whatever of this person and just wants to watch them?
Yeah, but
there's a lot of times I just watch you sleep, and honestly, like, it's not like I'm in bed and because you know me, like I'm walking around like a ghost. Like, you walk,
yeah,
like
I know.
An hour in the last couple days, 2 days. Was it 2 days?
It's oh my god, it's been crazy.
So like I'll just stand up and like look at you, just watch you sleep, and then I'm like, yo, if she opened her eyes, she would be fucking terrified. And I know because it happened one time. You caught me doing it, and you're like, ah! And I was like, oh yeah, that's kind of fucking weird. Like 4 o'clock in the morning, somebody standing over you looking at you. This shit is weird. Like I get it. Like I understand.
I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, you were like ah. So like every time now I do it. Like I don't do it for extended period of time because I'm like I don't want.
Well, you know what?
I don't want to like put.
I'll tell you a story later that'll probably give some context to that reaction. But you've read the situation wrong. I don't have a problem with that. But
yeah, it's like Middle is saying like he's just talking about life going around. It has nothing to do with any exactly.
No, I agree.
Like, in our minds,
I agree.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's sad.
Yeah.
Like our minds immediately go there because of like we've all been fucked up by you know. But like in 19 whatever, like this was still in play.
Yeah, when I heard it,
you could express this feeling, like.
And it didn't get taken like
and people
that.
would assume it's just because you love this adult woman, and not that you were gonna stalk her and chase her down and kill her, and it's just
but I
you love
don't
her
even
and,
get
and,
that
and you,
she.
you don't know how to approach her. And go
I
ahead.
literally didn't even get that she's even around. I thought that he's saying, children play in the park. They don't know. I'm alone in the dark, even though time and time again I see your face smiling inside. I'm so happy that you love me. So it sounds like to me like he's at the park. You know, it's dusk, it's getting dark. He's sitting alone on the bench. And you know when like the sun is going down, like that lonely feeling, and so he's in that situation, and there's kids that are playing, and those kids are so happy and completely oblivious to what he's feeling. And so life is going on over there, but he's sitting there. So I think he's saying, okay, children play in the park, they don't know. Then he's saying, I'm alone in the dark, even though time and time again I see your smiling face. So yeah, so that to me,
he's just thinking about her.
Yeah,
and,
I didn't think that he's looking at her.
But at the same time,
her.
like it's therapeutic to watch kids play, because they just don't care.
I agree.
They don't care about Russia, Ukraine. They don't care about abortion. They don't care
agree.
about. They don't care about none of that shit. They're like, yo, can you play freeze tag?
Right.
Can you play freeze tag?
Right. And they'll be like that too. Rude even sometimes.
And if you can play, they don't care.
Know?
Like, I love, but see, this is what I'm saying. It's like, immediately we have to defend it. Oh, he's not a pain. It's like, no, like it's awesome watching children play. Like in the Bible in Zechariah, like one of the signs of the golden age is that you hear kids playing in the streets. It's like, well, Jesus literally died in the Bible. Jesus literally died so that kids could play in the street.
Yeah.
So, but we lost that because we've let a very small group of people. The pedophiles are a small group of people, but we have let them dominate our cultural narrative about how adults are to relate to children. And now, I don't want any adults around my kid, bro.
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? And it's sad. Like, remember that time we were in with the Five Guys, and we picked up this homeless couple or whatever, and we were gonna go and we just decided. I mean, it wasn't any big. We were just decided, hey, you know, we're gonna eat. We might as well. You know what I'm saying? So we brought them along. They were eating with us.
It was actually the story's a little bit cuter than that, because we picked up the one homeless person, and that one person was like, "Well, I can't leave to go to Five Guys," and we were like, "Well, what?" Because it was like kind of weird, because it was like, well, you know, it doesn't appear you have a schedule, you know. And then he said, because I can't leave my friend. And then we look across the way, and there was a lady over there holding a sign too. So we said, oh, well, we'll bring her along too. But it was so cute that he, like, you knew he wanted the meal, but he wasn't going to leave.
Yeah, they got a code.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So that was just like a cute little add-on in that. But anyway.
So bring Shorty, we'll go, you know. And it was interesting because it was when Orion was a baby. You remember that?
Oh, I 100% remember.
And the homeless lady goes, "Can I hold the baby?"
You guys, literally, it was like 7 years or something. I could not get pregnant. I had miscarriage. It was like the worst time of my life as far as having a baby goes. Then I get with Vinny. We end up pregnant. We have this baby, and this baby is like newborn, very small.
And he's perfect.
Absolutely perfect.
And the kid is I mean, he's literally the logo for our company. Like, he's like that level perfect. Go ahead.
Yeah, and
I'm not saying that because I'm his dad. I'm telling you, the kid is perfect. Like, literally.
The lady was
flawless.
like,
go ahead.
She wasn't like somebody that you were like, I would have never known this lady was homeless. Like, no, you would have known this lady was homeless.
Yeah, 100%.
And you could tell that things were not like completely normal in the situation, and there was some
mental health.
Right. Yeah. So it was like obviously concerning, because I'm like, is this woman okay? Like, will all of a sudden something snap and she throws my baby against the wall? Because if all of a sudden somebody does something crazy, you can't stop them. It happens so friggin' fast. So like this like fear starts like.
I mean, look at this freaking kid. I mean, I mean, look at that.
There he is.
That's not a filter or anything. It's just. He's fucking incredible. But
so
anyway,
she asked if she could hold him, or did you just offer him? I'm not sure.
No, you asked. No, she asked, and I looked at you, because you know the way she is with you know, like I wasn't gonna call that play. I was like, that's her call. That's not my call to make.
And I looked at him, and then I was like, I felt like if you thought it was a bad idea, you would say no. But the fact that you left it open made me feel like that you were like, okay.
Or talk to you too in that moment.
And then, so that was like initial. And then, like, God said to me, he was born for this. And I was like, okay, well, in that case, if that's what it is, I'm not going to stand in the way. So I passed him over, and I was like so scared for a second. And then she just was holding him, and it was like, oh my God, it was such a sweet moment.
She wanted to make sure she was holding him right.
Yeah, she was putting everything into making sure that he was safe and he was good, and like it was, I don't know, the moment was just so special, and I wondered like who she was thinking about in that moment, you know, because he was a prop for something else. And I was like, I wonder what like memory or what like pain or whatever, like, but she was having that moment for sure with him. And
it was therapeutic for her.
It was for sure.
And you know, it's not something like we're going to employ my child to be a therapy support animal for people.
No, certainly
but
not.
In that specific moment, there was a connection, and kids do that. Mm-hmm. Kids remind us of what we can be, and it's also they remind us of what we lost. So this guy's sitting down and watching kids thinking about life, all types of shit. Like that we should normalize that.
Well, you know, there's a nursing home.
Most people are like this. Most people are not like the crazy pedophile. Yeah. Most people are like this. We should normalize this. But what's happened now is like there's so much focus on these fucking crazy people now. It's like you write a song like this and you know, it's sad.
Yeah, I hear you.
It's sad.
I hear you. There's a nursing home locally here where they have the elderly and a nursery, a preschool. I mean.
Oh wow!
In the same building.
Oh, the one, yeah.
And so the old people can go down and they can like sit their chairs and watch the little kids play, and the kids go in there and talk to them because it kind of normalizes elderly to the kids to make them conscious of their people. You know.
So he's sitting there thinking about Shorty, and I also think kids, like, it's not like explicitly there in the song, but I also think kids is important to this guy because he's like, yo, I could have a kid with her. You see what I'm saying?
You know,
it's
the
like
other
you
thing
think
too,
about having a family and all that jazz.
Yeah,
you know?
I could see that too. Yeah, and sometimes like because it doesn't sound like he's with her at that time, so like kids. Like, there have been times where, like, you had stuff going on, and I'm used to us always being together, so you have something going on, and I'm, like, outside, and my kids are pretty little, and we used to have, like, this little neighbor girl that would come over, and she would talk to me, but I actually, like, got accustomed to having her around, and it was, like, her company was nice to just kind of be around, because the way that kids think and look at the world is interesting because you can kind of like remember back to when you looked at things that way, and then you know you're kind of like, I don't know, it's interesting, like looking around different sides of a bubble. I don't know.
There's an interesting line too. He says, so hard to be free to love only you. See that line right there. That's what I'm saying.
He's telling us what happened.
A little bit of problematic there. And he says, people staring at me, try to take you away.
Okay, wait, can you please point that?
It's right there. So hard to be free to love only you. People staring at me, try to take you away.
Ooh,
so he's staring at the kids. He's staring at the kids, but he's in a big rock band and they're staring at him. See what I'm saying? And so, and he puts the onus on that they're trying to take me away from you, and it's really hard for me to love you freely because of these other people. I don't know, bro. I think it was hard for you to love her freely because it's hard to do that when you're a rock star and you're a young man. Like, you can't have it. You can't have it both ways. And a lot of dudes want to both. I don't want to accuse him of anything. At the same time, though, it's kind of she had her reasons.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
You know?
100%. 100%.
And you know, whether they're valid or not, I mean, you know, who knows? But I do think like it's very. That's one of the things that the last show we went to was a little bit sad. Was about how, you know, certain people like we love in these big bands, and you could tell when they look at us and our interaction that they wish they had that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So that's tough because it's like, damn, like you're at the top of the world. But like I know for a fact, like if I was in a big giant rock band and all that shit and I didn't have you, you know. So it's like
Yeah, I hear you.
It's tough because it's a crazy lifestyle, and when you're young, you get to do all types of crazy shit, and you can set a bunch of relationships on fire because you're in your 20s and the whole world worships you. But then you hit like 35, 40, and like you get tired of it, just like everything else, and you get tired of doing shows. Like
I'm sure
you know, some of these guys, like I've asked them, like, look, like be real. What's it like playing the same song? He's like, yo. He's like, I love the people, man. That's what he said. Like, so like when that novelty wears off and you're like, okay, I wanna start a life now. Sorry, like they've moved on. You're maturing at a different level. I don't know if that's what happened, but to me, like the point of the song is like he put it out there for her. He made some mistakes, I'm sure. She made a decision. He made a decision. And that's kind of the way of the world, man. But I love the setting of the song. And I do think, like, honestly, for me, I really think, like, being at a park and just watching kids play, like, I've taken the kids to the park a couple times and, like, watching them, like when we took them to the park last week.
I love it.
Remember that?
Yeah,
and
it was
then,
a good
like,
time.
all that thing, we met those other people and all that jazz and all that, of course.
And I love doing stuff like that with you because you always bring interesting conversations.
Orion's being all antisocial, wouldn't play with the kid. There was a kid that looked almost like exactly like him.
It was kind of weird.
But Orion is a real. He's a real, like, unique, like, acquired, like, you got to really figure out the algorithm and the code with that kid. Okay, I really like the song. It's a simple love song.
Okay, so the sound of it to me was like the perfect, like the dance in the kitchen song. Like, the way that it sounded, I think there was parts of it where it would be, like, the perfect...
I almost don't want to let the review go because it there's a sort of innocence and naivete about the song. Yeah. And to me, like, collectively as a country, we've lost all of that, man. We're all, like, cynical and defensive and protective, rightly so to some degree, but...
And I think, too, that when you hear a song like this, where he put himself out to this degree with this level of vulnerability, we all know that when people put themselves, like, that far out there, and it gets, like, burned, people pull back and they change. So, like, this song had, like, some real innocence to it because he still had hope and a belief that maybe this song would change things and bring their love back. And so it didn't work. And so I feel like this song was the ending of this era.
Wow.
For him. And it was the ending of the naivete.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
You know.
I'll have to ask Middle if, what his... lyrically, like, what happened after this. But yeah, it's tough. But, you know, I would encourage, because we got a couple young men in there, I would encourage you to continue to shoot your shot, fellas. You know, like, us being completely open and vulnerable with the females doesn't obligate them to love us, but it also doesn't obligate you to clam up and be cynical and whatever. Like, if you gave your heart to a girl and she stomped all over it, man, get your heart together, dust it off, take a break, and then go right back into it. I'm telling you this as a person who put out almost 2 decades of effort in a relationship that, you know, for whatever reason, didn't work out. My point in saying that is simply to say you can let that make you cynical, and you know, the good news about cynicism is you get to protect yourself from any future pain. The bad thing about cynicism is it also protects you from all future pain. And there are certain things that you're not going to learn about yourself or about the lady that you're in love with unless there's some pain involved. I said some. It shouldn't be, the person shouldn't be destroying your heart every single day. But this happens a lot with guys. It takes a lot of courage to build up to like put yourself out there like that, and the girl doesn't reciprocate. There's ego, there's hurt, there's this, there's that. I put myself out there. Guys usually don't do that. You should be grateful, blah, blah, blah. And like all that shit is legitimate, bro. But at the same time, like if you let that make you guarded the second time, you're going to miss out. You know? And so what I would say is like, put your heart out there, because you're going to strike gold eventually, and the payoff is worth it. I can tell you this as a veteran and a refugee. Pick wisely.
Absolutely.
But at the end of the day, the heart wants what the heart wants. So, you know, just keep that in mind. If you've ever went through a breakup or whatever, it doesn't mean that all women are bad, doesn't mean all men are bad, and it doesn't mean that there's nobody out there for you. It just means that that particular relationship did not work out. That's literally all it means.
Right.
We read other things into this, but that's not really what's happening. It just means that that's not the person for you.
But that relationship can like use it as something to learn. Like look at it and say, okay, where did this go wrong? What could have, you know,
Hey, Skylar.
different, learn something from it. And then it's not a wasted trip because you got something from it, something that you can use to make your next relationship better.
None of this lovey-dovey stuff matters when Z and Putin are uniting the East while we fail. Oh no, I disagree with you, my brother. Because love is the reason why all of us do what we do. You wouldn't have this channel of One for Love. Love is the ultimate, it's the purest form of power. And I think that Xi and Russia...
There's a lot of different types of love that brought this channel together.
Sadakt. I think that the you know, when you look at Xi and Putin and all the rest of them, and they look at America, I don't think that they're saying, look at all these Americans, how much they love each other. We're going to fuck these people up.
Right.
Actually, what they're saying is, look at all these Americans, how divided they are. Let me tell you, I'm not going to say America could dominate like the whole world if the world decided to go to war against us. All I can say is, we still have the table for the next 50 years, even with the situation going the way it is. Nobody's looking at America and being like, yo, those people love each other too much. We're gonna really fuck them up. It's our division. It's our hatred of each other that's actually weakening us.
Oh,
actually.
100%. Yeah.
It's the fact that we distrust each other that weakens us.
Yeah.
It's the fact that as soon as a guy goes to a park, instead of us assuming he's a guy that's just enjoying kids and the innocence that they bring, and he's thinking about his kids or his girl, we automatically think this guy's a danger, he's a threat. That's what I would think. So I think actually, this sounds corny, I'm going to land the plane with this, but I actually think we need more of this. We need more love, and we need more, specifically, we need more men willing to endure rejection for the sake of love.
Yeah.
Because quite literally, the world depends on it. And I don't think you need to apologize, Ian, and you don't need to tell me you're sarcastic. I'm just saying this because you're vocalizing things that a lot of people are vocalizing, and it's important. And love almost never gets talked about in our discourse as an asset or a resource that we have to combat issues.
Yeah.
And
that works on both sides. One was on that one, but also on the female side. And it's like, if you're gonna have to say no to somebody, or that this is not what you want,
right?
Like, say it in the way that's the most loving way you could. Like, don't like slash and burn people and why, or lead somebody on in a relationship that you have no intention of something in the future, and it's just the person is a resource to you. Like, doing things like that, it embitters people and it hardens people.
Yeah.
So there has to be love on both sides.
I agree. And obviously, me as a Christian, I'm going to say, men, we're more responsible than they are to do that, because we're culture makers. We're the culture leaders. Sorry, ladies, you can't talk about the patriarchy and then get mad at me when I say we're the culture leaders.
Right, exactly. Right.
We gotta be held accountable. Being older, none of that occurred to me. Children playing was baked into the world I grew up in. Exactly. See? That's what I'm saying. Like, there are things in the past that were bad that we need to move away from. there's also things from the past that were excellent that we've lost that we need to regain. I would love to normalize dudes at the park. I would love that. I understand what people are going to do with it. There used to be that little Asian lady who used to watch everybody play basketball with Shimaruke and all those people. She used to sit there and watch. She used to watch us play all the time.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that was beautiful because it was a way to connect the generations and things like that.
And the cultures.
I remember being a kid when we got our bikes. Me and my little brother got our bikes, and the road workers were working on, and they said, "Oh," they said, "you guys got new bikes," because they used to see us all the time going to school. We used to ride our bikes to school. So the next day we show up and they had set up this like ramp out of the dirt.
Oh.
And they're like, "Go for it!" And I'm like, "No shit!" And I turned around. Flew in that bitch. Yeah. Jamie was a punk, so he just did a little bunny. We used to call it a bunny hop.
Yeah.
Little bunny hop.
Like what you did with that PE.
Yeah.
You did into the trailer.
Gang shit. But it was just fun, man. As a kid, and the adults were like, "Yo," and they, we kept going back. They're like, "Get out of here, go to school. You're gonna be late." All that shit. Mm-hmm. He was right. We're gonna be late, But yeah, that's how we interacted with adults. Like I didn't have this like, "Yo, this guy's gonna take me away" or whatever. But
yeah.
I don't know. But I mean, I'm a complete hypocrite. I would never send our kids to bike to school. It would never happen. The school was like 3 minutes away on bikes. Doesn't matter. It would never happen. You know how I am. It would never happen.
No, I know. There's some nights, our oldest is 17, and he'll want to walk to like the store, and it's really, how far is it? Because you're.
Listen, if
it's really close.
If he wasn't black, I wouldn't have a problem with it. It's
really close. He doesn't want to let him go. I don't want to let him go, so I'm not gonna fight him on that one. So But then I think to myself, oh my gosh, this kid is 17. That must be so frustrating. But he doesn't seem super frustrated about it.
Mm-hmm. No.
He handles it well.
No, he's fine. Yeah. He's fine. Yeah. I like the song 9.2. Shout out to Love. Hey, you put yourself out there. Didn't happen for you. That's okay.
Yeah. I'm giving this one a 9.6. I enjoyed this one. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, there was like a theme of love and things like that throughout the night. So shout out to that. Shout out to this lady, whoever she is, Terry Heisler. Let me see what she looks like now. Terry.
That was her high school picture.
Oh, that was her high school picture?
Yeah. I was like, my God, you're like comparing me to a high schooler. 40 years old.
Born 19th in Chicago, Illinois. Guaranteed. Scholastica High School.
Is that what it said?
Was that her? I mean, she was born in Chicago, and the name of the band is Chicago.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So
she's out. She's gone. She was born in 1949, so that must have been her. So okay. she's with the A in Soph, and that's okay.
Wait, so this is her?
Yeah, Terry Heisler. I think that makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does to me as well.
That makes sense to me. So, yeah, interesting. All right, well, if she really died, then rest in peace to her.
She stood her ground, I guess.
Yeah, she did what she needed to do. We are out of here.
But we have a surprise for you. We are coming back tomorrow.
Yes, or
on
a couple
Thursday,
hours. Or a couple hours later. It's currently tomorrow right now.
Right? Yeah. We're coming back at the end of the day. For another stream on a Thursday, which is not something that we usually do, but
I'm sorry, Skylar. Skylar, you did kind of miss it. I'm sorry, but we're coming back tomorrow.
Coming back
what
in
time?
A couple of hours. 10 p.m.
10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, dear listener.
We've got a couple of the alliances.
Ooh, couple of the alliances. Alliance stream on the way. Alliance stream on the way.
See you guys soon. In a couple of hours.
We have
10
ways.
PM Eastern Standard Time.
We have ways around getting around unprotected songs, Potato Man. Don't worry about that. All right, much love to all you beautiful people. I'm getting out of here. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. All you need is love.